Bene, grazie Matteo. So I'd like to welcome you to the second day of our Microarchaeology conference. Today we have a very interesting list of talks. We're going to start with Federica Sulas from the University of Cambridge, who's going to talk to us about earthen houses in sub-Saharan Africa through soil micromorphology, geochemistry, and phytoliths. Once again, just to remind you that this session is being recorded and it's being broadcasted live on YouTube. So if those of you watching us have any questions or comments for our speakers, please feel free to use the live chat so that we can pass your questions along. So without further ado, I would welcome Federica to the stage. I'm just going to upload your presentation. So, Marta, could you check YouTube again? Okay, let's wait a second to see if it's actually working properly. Yeah, but yeah, I think it's gonna have to stay like that. If you check in, yeah, but that's me, isn't it? It's not a PowerPoint. It's wait. Sí, sí. Se veía todo bien, pero que ahora este espacio está temblado tanto aquí en presencial como en el YouTube. Déjame un segundo. Sí. Presentación de PowerPoint, ¿esta o la primera que ves? Esta. Vale, compártelo. Vale. Tiene que estar. Bueno, nos queda hasta aquí, pero bueno. Sí, la conferencia. Quería editar esta propia. Sorry for all the be aware of the here. I presented to and then this is the microphone for the room, but the microphone for the YouTube broadcast is the laptop's microphone. Yes.
Good morning, all. Can you hear me well? Good morning. Yes, is this okay? It is a great pleasure to be here to contribute to this stimulating conference, and I wish to start by thanking the organizer, Marta, Aroa, Juan, Antonio, and the Escuelas for really bringing all of us together here. Now, earthen houses Why? Well, the humble hut, as many of you know far better than me, has been used for building purposes for millennia across different environments and cultures, whether making comfy surfaces in prehistoric caves, plastering Roman floors, or steering ancient Pueblo adobe architecture. Hearth has always offered a valuable resource, often locally sourced, and certainly more malleable than stone, and more resistant than skin or wood. And these properties of hearth make it, I think, the joy and the sorrow of archaeology. An archaeology that deals with depth dwelling, with using spaces, the archaeology of the vast majority of people, those not living in palaces, though in some cultures they did build palaces in mud. Now, digging earthen houses is challenging at the very best and often very frustrating, as earth is somewhat a living thing, a bit like soil, an open system. It does change, respond to external agents. People are selective in the use of resources. Yeah, sorry. I'm off. Okay. Where is the camera? Okay. Sorry. Am I on full screen? Okay. It's just that I cannot see myself. Okay. Yeah. So I just have a couple of notes that I need to check. But so I was saying that digging earthen architecture, digging earthen houses is challenging. As archaeologists, we've been encountering earthen architecture across different cultures and periods, but yet the nature, the know-how, the preservation of these building traditions remain somewhat elusive, whether dealing with rammer plastered in famous sites, such as the Andalusi iconic complex of Alhambra here shown on the top of the screen, or grappling with the very poorly known and very poorly preserved waterland daub architecture that we find across sub-Saharan Africa, just to mention a couple of very, very contrasting examples. So why is it so? Well, because the shining plastered Alhambra walls are somehow the exception. More often than not, earthen structures evolve, change, and degrade and transform over time, from the time of sourcing the material, making the building, living through the building, maintaining and renovating the building, all the way down to the abandonment and everything that happens in post depositional time. So today, I thought I will share with you some of my challenges and experiences in working with urban architecture in sub-Saharan Africa. And I thought, really reflecting on the challenges posed by this conference, that the successes and failures of examining domestic space and practices in a couple of areas where I work in sub-Saharan Africa might actually illustrate ways in which we can integrate different scales of analysis and types of records, and also including comparative materials. So rather than focusing on the nitty-gritty building cultures where I work, so I'm not going to give you much of historical and archaeological context today, I thought perhaps it might be more productive, also given the wide-ranging expertise in the room and online, to think about how different micro archaeological approaches can help to define material. So I'll talk a little bit about building mud. I'll make some comments about the importance of baselines, benchmarks, and the challenges, but also the opportunities of a multi-scale sampling. And then share with you some ideas and reflections on materials and practices and processes that we can derive applying, working with baselines and multi-scale sampling. A preamble first. earth and architectures there is a huge literature in anthropology and ethnography that has really been informing the way that in which we approach earth and architecture in archaeology, in terms of the type of materials that are used, the sizes and shape, and so on and so forth. This just for us to keep in mind that we do have already a set of box categories that somehow we inherited from anthropology and ethnography when we are exploring non-industrial housing tradition or mud architecture in this case. And the physical properties, the impermanence of earth and architecture, and a lot of anthropological and ethnographic research has shown that the humble huts, mud structures, depending on the cultures, but in general, these structures can be inhabited for a very short period of time. There is the sort of the change or reuse of the same structures with intentional destruction or recycling, if not renovating. And where I work, these are some of the earth and architecture on the East African coast. You do have the layout changes. The materials is more or less consistent, but even if the shape changes, there are some architectural feature that tends to be always present. So, for example, small water drains sometimes in the courtyards of in between the houses, which is something that we do find also in ancient Pueblo adobe architecture. Post holes in tropical and subtropical environment in particular, they degrade quite quickly, and traces are almost completely obliterated by bioturbation. These are not the beautiful wetlands environments that Cristiano was talking about yesterday. Here is a feasting of bioturbation, and therefore preservation of organic and inorganic material is very much affected by it. And that's one of the big challenge for geoarchaeology, particularly working in this context, is sort of understanding the nature and transformation of these materials and trying to disentangle the anthropic versus pedogenetic versus mixed type of signature. And last but not least, a lot of the reference work, a lot of the fantastic work that has been done on earth and architecture, applying geoarchaeological, bioarchaeological, archaeometric methodologies is primarily based in temperate continental environments with few important and very significant contributions from arid lands and really just a couple of studies from East Africa. Root Chartgross has really been pioneering that the field in that sense, but that means there is a problem, because then when you are looking at mud architecture in a tropical environment and you're looking at the chemistry, say, of the materials, you are doing your homework and looking at reference data, it's a challenge because the reference data refers primarily to chemical enrichment that you do get in temperate environment, and those patterns won't necessarily replicate in a tropical one. Now, that's the sort of situation that I deal with when I'm in the field. So this is a trench on the East African coast. I can assure you that is a domestic deposit, pile and pile on pile on almost quite a bit of unconsolidated red earth with a lot of material culture, no sign whatsoever of the layout of the structure, features very difficult to identify, some earth, no building remains in place, but important imports, Persian glazed pottery from the Persian Gulf, glass beads that have been traveling all over the place, all embedded in this earthly matrix. And this is not restricted. I'll take you to a very different context. This is another site. This is in Great Zimbabwe within a stone enclosure. Again, I can assure you that this is a domestic context within a dry stone walled enclosure of the Zimbabwe culture. But again, you dig it through larger and consolidated fine to medium earthly material with quite a lot of artifacts, but very, very difficult to discern a layout, to discern and distinguish different contexts and different layers. So what do you do? So that's where I'm taking you today. So I'll just really have picked and choose some approaches and data from a couple of projects I've been developing over the last few years together with many colleagues, in particular the University of York, Stephanie Wynne-Jones in Zanzibar, and Innocent Pekerai at Great Zimbabwe, Innocent Pekerai from the University of Pretoria. And so we have been, in these contexts, we have been exploring earth and architecture, and we have been trialing opportunistic off-site surveying and multi-scale soil sampling through the contextual excavation trenches that have been done, and stage labs. And I'll tell you what this means in a second. But basically, it's been sort of a process of continuously revisiting the sampling analytical strategies. Why off-site sampling survey when you have a structure? You are in a site, you're a structure, you're interested just in understanding that dog house, for example. Why would you bother to go off-site? Well, you really need to go off-site, and you really need to go beyond your trench to begin building the baseline. A baseline of local environmental conditions as they are today, because those local environmental conditions will be the parameter for you to be able to then say certain archaeological certain markers in the chemistry, in the physical properties, in the microstratigraphy of archaeological soils and sediments, in order for you to be able to link those characteristics to events and processes and materials of the past. You need to be able to draw a line between what is the influence of the present. And I'm not talking about high rock skating research. I'm just here in this case, for instance, this is the Menai Bay and Zanzibar, where we've been digging for a few years. I just did a survey in and around the main site. I looked at the different soil cover. I dug up a few test pits, a very small one, just to get the stratigraphy more or less at the same depth, contemporary stratigraphically with the sequence that we would see at the site, and begin to see what sort of soils and sediments, but also soil sequences we find in this landscape. The field already gives you an idea of the variety of environmental parameters that you really need to take into consideration, and sampling and doing analysis on sort of reference, on local reference materials enables you to begin really building the nitty-gritty properties that characterize your context. Here is a view from Great Zimbabwe, for example. We've done some chemistry and micromorphology also on the topsoils to begin, again, building a baseline that would enable us then, when we look at the archaeological materials, to try and understand what's going on and what was going on in the past. So your baseline, our baseline across these two sites then was comprised with data from the topsoils, so current modern local conditions, data from archaeological sediments in general, and data from materials that we could actually recognize during the excavation, and fragment of dough, clay-based material, where the only really architectural remains that we were able to identify during the excavations. Onto the trench. Now that we have established a sort of a baseline of current environmental conditions and sort of the types of soils and sediments and the type of resources available in those areas, it comes time for the sampling during the excavation. And here you might recall the pictures that I've shown before is this one. It doesn't really look very promising So the way that we approached those type of trenches was really to do sort of a stage type of sampling. We begin by sort of doing a medium scale sampling, 1 meter interval for soils and sediments and phytoliths extraction, and contextual micromorphology in different parts of the trench. And then as we dug deeper down, we narrowed the sampling grid to 50 centimeter intervals. The shaded maps, plans that you see, they are giving you the distribution of iron content as measured using ICP-MS. I won't go too much into detail about these specific methods because many of you are far more familiar than I am of these methods, but most importantly, if you are not, there are several really geochemical methods that you can use with all the pros and cons to determine the chemical properties of your archaeological sediments. And I tend to use a couple, but the point here is for you to take home that measuring the chemical properties of your archaeological soils and sediments can begin to give you some spatial patterns, but also some stratigraphic patterns of differences. So here you can see on top sort of the upper strata, and on the bottom of the slides you can see the lower strata of the trench. And now that we're talking about the chemistry and in general a very basic soil bulk analysis that you can do to begin to characterize your archaeological soils and sediments, and trying to see if you can begin to reconstruct the life history of those structures. Here, some data from ICP-MS and some loss on ignition, etc. The important point for you to take home here is that you can run many, you can measure many chemical elements in your samples, but ultimately, if you haven't got your baseline, I don't know, I personally always struggle when I'm looking at data, or I'm looking at interpretations of soil chemistry that speak about enhancement, depletion of certain elements, or enhancement and depletion of certain clusters of elements. Where is the benchmark? Enhancement versus what? And that's, in my case, I deal with my own data by establishing I try to do as solid as I can benchmark that tells me, okay, the level of iron in the local soils and sediments today is this one. The level of iron, phosphate, whatever, in my archaeological sediments is below or above that threshold. It's a very local baseline, but I find it particularly important. The other thing to take home from this slide is that these are soil chemical results from Zanzibar, I think, yeah. And as you can see, some of the most famous and sort of fashionable chemical elements that we use in archaeology as a markers of human activities, then they do not really pop up very nicely. And if you look at the bottom of the slide, and I'm sorry it's a bit small, but you can see the last row is the average of all archaeological deposits versus the baseline contents that we have in the local soils and sediments today. And I was then surprised, because then I had a problem, because I wanted to somehow see whether this chemistry was reflecting some activities, site formation or post-depositional processes happening in this trench. But when I went to the literature and learned about what sort of chemical patterns do we find associated with certain activities, the patterns that I would find would find very little resonance in my data. Might have been a problem of sampling, might have been a problem of analytical technology, might have been a problem of me not understanding the chemistry. Those things obviously are important, but in fact, if you move away from sort of the usual suspects and you do really very basic and simple principal component analysis, looking at they distribute the population of your chemical data. Several elements. I won't go into details, but in this case, we did measure 59 elements, including the usual suspects elements that are measured in archaeological sizes in general for mapping activity areas and a bunch of other elements. And with PCA, we find no correspondence whatsoever between different spaces, none of the common anthropogenic markers, elemental markers, that really seem to reflect our provisional interpretation of the context from where these chemical results come from. But when we open the PCA to all the elements, then we began to see some patterns. And then it's time to go back and study about elements associated with certain activities and look for elements that are not commonly found pretty much in everywhere, like calcium, that becomes almost a little bit uninformative because it is released on sediments in so many different ways that it's very difficult to pin it down to specific conditions or specific processes. A bit of homework on the geology of the area so that you can begin to think about the geogenic signature in the soil chemistry, and then you can begin to populate the characteristics of your samples and begin to see whether you see changes through the stratigraphy. And here, for example, then I was able to isolate some chemical enrichment as associated with the geogenic component, and that was helpful for me then to understand the potential origin of the elements associated with organic material, for example. And here you can see some elements that can be associated with dung or the presence of excrements, basically, confirmed later on in things section on the micromorphology. If I hadn't had the micromorphology, I would have a massive question mark. If I only had the chemistry. If I only had the micromorphology, I would be probably sitting here telling you the same story, because with the micromorphology, you get almost the identification of the material that you're looking at. So the archaeological sediments from these earthen structures included substantial also component of organic origin. Some of it you could relate to dung. And the phytoliths also picked up, and here I've done sort of the old school way. We're discussing, we looked yesterday. So here I've done the thin sections, and then separately I sampled, extracted the phytoliths sort of in an old-fashioned way, and did a very simple analysis on the slides, some countings, etc. But the phytoliths here are important together with the chemistry and the micromorphology, because they're beginning to separate different spaces within the deposits investigated. And so here you can see, for example, that there are some levels that are associated with primarily grass morphotypes in the slides. I could also see quite a bit of microcharcoal, and other type of deposits have the presence of more woody morphotypes, but also occasionally you can find some diatoms. And so then you can begin to go back and think about, now that you've established some characteristic of the practice of the materials, you can then begin to think about practices. And in this case, it was really for us, so far, micromorphology has been the method to really help us to identify or begin to think about some of the practices used. So in this case, for example, you can see a scan of the slide on the left side, almost homogeneous, not particularly, you don't see any layers, you don't see anything that stands out. The microfabric seems so homogeneous and made pretty much of the same material. But it's really when you apply the scale of micromorphology, which again I always like to make references and cite Cristiano Nicosia's definition, which he also mentioned yesterday. It is just a scale, another scale of archaeology. So when you go down, then you begin to see some pedofeatures, some characteristics that you can associate with practices. And here on the top left, for example, you can see a porous space that tends to be, these type of porous space tends to form when you have sort of the placing of material that is in a wet status. We also have examples below, an example from Great Zimbabwe for it. The Pakata deposit from Great Zimbabwe, where even on the very top, finally, I also have a micro layer, because this is the first time that I see a micro layer from domestic context in all the sites that I've worked in sub-Saharan Africa. You see beautiful, you see beautiful micro layers yesterday in Cristiano's talk, and I'm sure we'll see many this morning. Well, I don't normally get those, but you know, this is an important piece of information for me, because it's then beginning to build up a picture of using dung, using lateritic sands, mixing it in a wet status, applying it on a surface, and so on. And processes also associated with different use of spaces, for example, because in the context where we had a higher proportion of woody phytolith morphotype, and the presence also of very few, but they were there, diatoms. I don't know whether they're freshwater or seawater diatoms, but they are diatoms. Then in the thing, it was really the thin section that it was revealing when you begin to see the presence of dung, wood charcoal, again, bringing, sort of pointing to sort of domestic activities, debris, and the clay pedofeatures in this case is the crescentic clay coatings and fillings that you see in the center, that is really speaking of an unroofed space. So think about the type of activities that might have been going on those spaces. And finally, the bullet point, the fecal spherulites that I think establish quite without doubt that we do have indeed herbivore dung here. So when I was mentioning, and yes, this is about thinking beyond, thinking outside the box of common, of elements that are commonly used as archaeoanthropic markers. And here, 4 elements, the contents of these 4 rare earth elements. These are very, very rarely measured, and I really struggle to make something out of it. But I realized that their distribution, their enrichment, sort of the content was changing through over depth. So I had big question about what sort of signature these elements were telling me. They were not geogenic in the sense that the enrichment was, I could not link it to a geogenic factor, and it was very difficult to link it to sort of a cultural or sort of an archaeological factor. But it turns out that some rare elements can be associated with waste from people, really. There is a little bit of literature, and actually I think a team in Spain has been really leading the field between York and Spain, or I'm thinking about Gianni Galliani, I think. He's really been leading the field in the recent years, and I've learned a lot through his studies, thinking about how some of these rare earth elements might be capturing the intensity of occupation. And in the floors that I was investigating, you could begin to see that change in intensity between one side of the trench and the other one. In this case, you can see sort of the red, the red shade, the red that is more intense in the central part of the plan, and then it goes sort of the amount of these elements decreases quite sharply as you move away. Are we looking at indoor, outdoor space? Are we looking at a space where people were spending more time in a clothes as opposed to a space where it was a passage space? I'll leave you with question marks on that. And yes, of course, yeah. So as I come to a closure, I'll just mention that obviously then to begin to put this story of materials, practices, and processes in a sequence, you really need to do some solid dating. And again, in these type of context, as it is, I suppose I understand in anthropogenic soils in continental and temperate environment, it can be very, very difficult to pin down a date window that it's not like 3 centuries. So in our case, we did quite a lot of dates for 70-centimeter trench, and we dated terrestrial and marine materials, did a lot of what this is the work actually of Jesper Olsen at Aarhus University, the director of the radiocarbon lab, and really painstakingly sitting together, talking about the soil chemistry, the micromorphology, the biogenic and organic contents of the archaeological sediments, and he really looking at the sort of the context of the dates. Eventually, we ended up establishing a sequence of occupation of 2 phases separated by 40 years, which is pretty good for these part of East Africa. To sum up, so if you have to take a message home from my very inarticulated talk this morning, I'd like you to reflect on the importance of baseline data and contextual multi-proxy analysis. Think about a cluster-based analytical approach when you are looking at whether you're looking at chemical concentrations rather than focusing on 1 or 2 or 5 elements, but perhaps play around with the suite of elements that you might have available and think about the processes versus the activities. I think geochemistry so far has been very rewarding for us in mapping and trying to understand earth and architecture in this context. But ultimately, it was the micromorphology and the phytoliths that have enabled us to begin to place labels on the type of processes and practices associated with these contexts. And the last comment on why is this important? Well, it's important because we want to know about how the vast majority of people lived in the past. But also because there is an increasing emphasis on the importance of earthen architecture or vernacular architecture for sustainable urban building. And there is a bunch of sort of architects that are really looking into vernacular and traditional and archaeological earthen architecture to inform sustainable way of managing cities and urban environment. So perhaps there is a contribution of the microarchaeology of earthen architecture to big themes. Thank you. I'll stop here.
I'm just going to kindly ask you to hold your questions for the discussion after our next talk, just to follow the structure. Okay. ¿Prefieres que te abra el PDF o el PowerPoint? El PDF. Abrir con Google, por ejemplo. Eso. Sí. Sí, con esta Marta sacando fotos, pues yo la veo también. Aquí, ¿eh? Vale, y ahora se me puede compartir pantalla. ¿Dónde estoy? Compartir pantalla. Compartir. Vale, pues esto es. So, sorry, our next speaker is María Gutiérrez Rodriguez, who's going to be talking to us about the geoarchaeology of urban transformation processes and waste management practices in Roman cities of Hispania and Mauritania and Hitana.
So good morning, everybody, and first of all, thank you to the organizers of the conference, so Marta, Aroa, Juan, and Antonio, for giving us the opportunity to be here again, to meet the community again, because I think it's important, especially for disciplines as micromorphology, which essentially is the people that makes the discipline. So in this presentation, I will discuss how the Roman cities get severely transformed from the early empire to the late antiquity, because among other factors, many other factors, their inhabitants changed their habits and attitudes towards waste management. The archaeological problem we will discuss is what the Romans did with garbage. This is a very sensitive problem for any city in the past, present, and future. So first, I will present the archaeological problem that interests me. Is the different dimensions of urban transformation processes in the Roman Western Mediterranean and the role of urban waste in such processes. Then I will present the premise of my research in this presentation, that is that urban waste shaped the Roman city from the early empire to the late antiquity. And the microarchaeological or microstratigraphic approach turns essential to build these urban biographies. Then I will present 4 case studies from southern Hispania and Mauritania and Hitana to illustrate different urban waste management dynamics and their evolution over time. To conclude, I will talk about the possibilities of the microarchaeological approach to answer very theoretical questions, such as, did the Romans have a regulated urban waste management system? If so, how did it evolve over time? So in the West, in the Roman Empire, made great efforts to colonize the provinces using the city, the minimum unit of territorial organization, as a political and cultural agent. Thanks to these cities, Romanity was built as a way of life, with large and numerous spatial variations throughout the 4.4 million square kilometers of the Roman Empire. 2 of those territories were Hispaniolatica and Mauritania and Hitana provinces. The first is a senatorial and pacified province, where a dense urban landscape was created. In this sense, Pliny the Elder informed us about the existence of 175 urban communities in the Baetica province, so many cities. On the contrary, Mauritania and Hitana, which is this territory here, was a militarized province with very few cities. The political, economic, and social evolution of the empire, especially from the 2nd century on, caused profound transformation at the provincial level, initiating a long-lasting process through which the cities experienced profound changes in their physiognomy, as well as in their territorial hierarchy. The cities of the empire had civic and monumental complexes that constituted central aspects of their physiognomy. They were scenographic spaces representing the image of the state and the imperial ideology, They constituted milestones in the topography of the cities and had buildings of great size and solidity. This prevented them from being simply abandoned or systematically plundered in their entirety once the primary use for which they were conceived was lost. Urban centers faced a new assessment of the space, giving rise to a new conception of urban life based on very different morality on the part of the inhabitants. For all these reasons, cities became thermometers, let's say, reflecting at the same time the provincial situation and the evolution of each city on a particular scale. These urban transformation dynamics were reflected in the material culture and the stratigraphic archaeological record. Throughout the late antiquity, and as a consequence of these secondary uses and episodes of abandonment, the archaeological record gets diversified. Intramural middens, pits, new construction, etc., made the settlements grow vertically from the stratigraphic point of view. These transformations vary from one city to another, giving rise to unique historical trajectories. This causes urban transformation to be a long-term phenomenon with strong synchronic and diachronic variations through the territory of the Roman Empire. In addition, it must be taken into account that the archaeological record is ambiguous, partial, and fragmentary, giving rise to several questions. What is the temporality of the secondary uses in these buildings? Did several of these uses coexist in the same space? Are we ignoring forms of occupation in urban settings because we don't have the adequate methodologies to find them? These processes, like new uses of the spaces, proliferation of intramural middens, or the abandonment of entire urban areas, entail a massive generation of sedimentary deposits, which can be studied with the archaeological and microarchaeological techniques of analysis. And even more, most of these processes involve or were motivated by changes in urban waste management dynamics. Since the Neolithic, waste management is an inherent problem to any urban society, as we saw yesterday with Aroa's presentation. And it is especially relevant in the many cities of the Roman Empire, where they applied different solutions to this problem, how to deal with on a daily basis with urban waste. If we take a look at some estimations of the urban waste in pre-industrial societies, as you can see here, we see that the number of solid, liquid, and physiological residues is simply overwhelming. While this was a significant part of the daily life in Roman towns, research has not put their focus on it until fairly recently. As Carandini expressed about a very different topic, we could consider the study of urban waste management as Archaeologia senza gloria. Fortunately, this research line started here in this institution where we are now, in the Spanish School of History and Archaeology, thanks to Xavier Dupré, Josep Anton Remolar, and Jesus Acero. They made this question to themselves, how the Romans deal with garbage. And they published 3 significant monographs about this problem. As a very brief synthesis, we have several data of this city in which we are now, Rome, but we don't know if there was a regulated system in each of the towns of the provinces of the empire. However, the specific human actions carried out in the dynamic past related with urban waste management are reflected in the static archaeological present in a wide variety of contexts and deposits, like middens, sewerage deposits, household, fecal, or crafts residues, among many others. So the starting hypothesis of this project is that specific human actions related to urban waste management produce specific deposits. Understanding their genesis, we could identify a specific waste management dynamics and explore similarities and differences across the geography of the Roman Empire. In this sense, I asked myself several questions about urban waste in Roman cities. So I think that, well, my focus of interest is the microstratigraphic analysis of urban waste to classify it as physiological, household waste, craft residues, etc. How is by the application of what brings us here, so microarchaeological techniques. Why? Because I think it is important to assess sanitation and health disease conditions in the Roman towns. And also it's important to know the temporality of such processes. So the rate of discard and the temporality of the formation of these deposits. And I think that at the very end, we should understand these site formation processes in their topographical context. So to link this information, as Cristiano said yesterday, because soil micromorphology or microstratigraphic analysis is part of the excavation, is part of the core of the archaeology, in my opinion. To achieve these goals, I have designed a multidisciplinary protocol, which backbone is microstratigraphic analysis and explores urban waste both in its organic and inorganic dimension. In this presentation, I will focus on some techniques of analysis, such as soil micromorphology, liquid biomarkers, or paleoparasitology. With this project, we would like to fill a gap. If we plot in a map the classical and post-Roman sites where microstratigraphic approach has been applied, we see that there is a significant gap in the nuclear areas of the Roman Empire. And these points there were my PhD. So in this sense, I would like to, I identify myself with this quote of Cartanas and Goldberg, who said that future directions of archaeological soil micromorphology should concentrate on deciphering the full spectrum of formation processes in historical complex urban sites, expanding case studies both spatially and temporally. The first case study is the second biggest midden identified in the Roman Empire, which is located in Cádiz, in Spain. I am part of the research project led by Darío Bernal from the University of Cádiz, and we have been excavating in this urban setting, so doing urban archaeology, where we have opened a window to the Roman face of Cádiz, and we have found a massive early imperial urban midden. This midden shows deposits composed of garum and fish processing residues interfingered with amphora production discards and the residues of other aleutic activities like shell middens or purple production, etc. This site shows two phases. One is the late Republic and the other is from the very early Roman Empire. Here you can see a reconstruction of a paleogeographic reconstruction, and this excavation is located in the island of Ericeia, near the channel that separated Ericeia and Cotinusa. It was a marginal area where garum processing facilities, Quetaria, were very abundant. Here you can see an overview of the excavation where damp deposits, combustion byproducts, amphora production discards, and shell midden phases are common in a stratigraphic sequence that reaches up to 6 meters high. The most common residues in this midden are composed of fish bones and fish remains, and among the very different species identified, we see tuna. Tuna stands out in this context. And we find also charcoal and ash-rich deposits where pine seeds were very abundant. Despite this research is still in progress, I would like to show you some details of this wonderful archaeological sequence. So first of all, not all the deposits we identify here in this midden are anthropogenic, since we find Aeolian quartz deposits and they are very abundant in this midden. Together with marine transgression and sea level rise, Aeolian sedimentation is one of the main geomorphological processes in the area of Cádiz. Thus, the presence of this Aeolian quartz sand indicates periodical discard events between short-term abandonment periods, at least in this area of the midden. The midden is huge. We are talking about this big, is this point here. If we compare this midden with the Testaccio, which is the other parallel in the Roman Empire. Burning tuna and fish processing residues, as you can see in this picture here, was a common practice, and we see that these layers show abundant fragments of fat-derived char and fish bones, which show different degrees of heating alteration. This process of burning tuna residues was a common practice that was reflected in iconographic sources of other periods, like this 16th century painting. It was made, this process, to avoid hygienic sanitary problems and the bad smells of these activities. Another significant part of the deposits of this midden are related with the construction of the midden. Thus, earth-made ramps to facilitate the access and the dumping of the residues are common. But the most interesting aspects of these earth-made features is the use of different coastal deposits and sediments of the surroundings of Cádiz, like marsh and sand-flat deposits. The presence of channels due to plant growth and plant colonization, as you can see here, is indicative of soil exposure and no waste discard, at least again in this area of the midden in this very moment. On these ramps, we identify the already mentioned garum and fish processing residues, as you can see here, which is ash rich with charcoal and fish bones and shell fragments, etc. So to sum up, this case study shows a well-organized and very dynamic midden, topographically situated in a marginal area of the town, and for sure regulated by local authorities. Also, it was devoted to the specialized treatment of a very specific kind of residue, amphorae and organic remains from garum and fish processing, which was related to the main economic activity of this area. This does not exclude other anecdotal kinds of waste. The rate of sedimentation in this midden is exceptionally fast, since most of the calculated 12,000 square meters of this midden were formed during the early empire, and more specifically during the 1st century AD. The second case study is a public building located in Torre Paredones, this city here, and in this site I'm part of the research project led by Carlos Márquez, Ángel Ventura, and Antonio Morena from the University of Córdoba and the Museum of Baena. It is a small city that stands out for the high concentration of thermal buildings. In this presentation, we will focus on the Oriental Box. It is a small balneum with a surface of 200 square meters located on the eastern slope of the city, and this building is very well preserved and is organized around 3 consecutive rooms, as you can see here, like the Frigidarium, Tepidarium, and Caldarium. It presents also some singularities, such as having the capside, as you can see here, in the Caldarium, which is not common. And in addition, the therapeutic and medicinal use of the water was identified through the dedication of this thermite to the goddess Salus, which you can see here in this finding of the site. In the Caldarium, we had the opportunity to sample a complete sequence of the last use as a bath and the later phases of transformation of this building. Directly on the pavement of the Hypocaustum, the first microphases is a beaten floor, a clayey beaten floor, with features of thermal alteration due to the different combustion events when this building was still a thermal building. It is followed by these microphases here that is exclusively composed of vegetal fat-derived char from the combustion of vegetable fats. It is an amorphous mass with vesicles and desiccation cracks. So this was in a liquid state before it became solid. This charcoal is identified with the fuel from the last use of the Caldarium, and thanks to colleagues such as Eva Montes, we know that this fuel was composed of olive pits. So I think that what we are looking here is the transformation of vegetal fat-rich elements such as olive pressing byproducts. So this would be a secondary use of a residue. We're using a residue here. This microphases is sealed by this opus signinum pavement that is totally destroyed during the process of plundering of this building. These deposits are sealed by 2 meters of marl rich in anthropogenic materials and fecal spheroids. These anthropogenic remains are interfingered with sandy colluvial deposits, as you can see here, that were generated during rainfall events. In these marls, domestic waste stands out, which appear together with fecal spherulites, calcium carbonate spherules that, as you know better than me, they are generated in the intestinal tract of mainly the ruminants, but generally in animals. So together with these channels that point to subaerial exposure and plant growth, we could see here a midden inside a building that is not used anymore as a thermal building, but as a midden for household waste, construction materials, and more especially animal penning residues. The interesting thing is that this process took place in the 3rd century synchronically with the transformation of another building in the city, which is this building here, that is the Macellum, the local market, where in this period shops were closed and troughs for animals, as you can see here, were installed. So I believe that the situation of both buildings is related, since the municipal charges would have considered these public buildings for livestock management once they had lost their primary use. So the animals were housed in one building, the market, and the residues were dumped into another, the thermal. The 3rd case study is a public building located in Baelo Claudia, this city here in Cádiz. And in this site, I'm part of the project led by Logan Brasou, Oliva Rodriguez Gutierrez, and Xavier Derou from the Universities of La Rochelle, Lille 3, and University of Sevilla. This project focuses in one public building located in the corner of the former square, and this building is experienced several transformations over time. It was a marmorized public building, maybe used for ritual, and after the time, and especially in the 5th century AD, this building was transformed into a house. When we find the first deposits, as you can see here, we have occupation deposits interfingered with stone-made pavements. And in these deposits, household waste features like bones, fish bones, shells, eggshells, organic tissues, charcoal are very common. However, and later in a pit that cutted the previously formed deposits, and this pit is dated in the 6th century AD, so 100 years later, we identify a long-term midden composed of household waste, and again, as in the case of Torre Paredones, of penning residues. So most probably this would not be a regulated midden, let's say, and its content is not specialized since it's mixed with other kinds of urban waste. This midden shows a slow rate of sedimentations, as we see plant growth and colonization and soil fauna colonization. And I think that this case, as in the case of Torre Paredones, is what we could say a hidden midden. So it's a midden that is inside the fabric of a public building that still has a very nice facade and a very nice fabric on the outside, but in the inside is hosting this urban waste that nobody wants. And again, it's introducing an activity that is traditionally considered in classical times as a rural activity, the livestock management inside a city. Maybe we need to redefine what is a city and what's inside a city. Finally, the last case study is an organized urban midden in the Byzantine septem in Mauritanian Hitana. In this site, I am part of the research project led by Darío Bernal from the University of Cádiz and Fernando Villada, archaeologist from Ceuta. Recent excavations in Baluarte de la Bandera, which is this building here, have discovered Byzantine deposits associated to the urban walls. The Emperor Justinian used this city, Septem, as the headquarters of the conquest of southern Iberia. And this finding is very significant because this city was the last Byzantine town in North Africa. Here you can see the different urban walls dated from the 3rd century AD to the Byzantine period, and I have studied is this profile here that is attached to the Byzantine wall, and you can see here an overview of the profile. Here we are applying micro-XRF to perform an accurate microfacies analysis, since this is a microlaminated deposit, and it helps us to understand the elemental composition of these microfacies. As this is a work in progress, I will show you some preliminary data. Some of the Midden deposits are composed again of Aeolian sands with guano. Other times we find Aeolian sands with mortar debris, so we find a construction urban residue. And however, the most common deposit in this sequence is this one, so organic and human fecal residues. Under the microscope, this microfacies type shows abundant coprolites rich in fish bones, anatomically connected phytoliths. These coprolites show different morphologies when they are well preserved, but in other times this is a phosphatic mass. And which is more interesting, we find a very significant quantity of nematode ova in these coprolites from the species of Ascaris lumbricoides. This is a parasite that is very common both in humans and pigs, and the ingestion of mature ova results from the contamination because of poor hygiene, infected soil, or the consumption of poorly washed or unwashed vegetables treated with manure containing infected coprolites. So what we probably are looking here is a reinfection process. So they are taking the Midden deposits to fertilize the fields, and they are consuming the vegetables from those fields. So that is a reinfection focus, maybe. It is indicative of the poor hygiene and disease in this population, the last Byzantines of North Africa. Together with my colleagues from the University of Jaén, like Alberto Sánchez, David Parras, and José Tuñón, we are studying systematically lipid biomarkers of this sequence. While Aeolian sediments, like this one, you can see in some micromorphology, show few esterols and few estanols derived from the guano, the bird guano, human fecal residues rich deposits stand out because of the presence of fatty acids and estanols from the degradation of cholesterol, pointing to a carnivore diet and human origin of these excrements. The presence of cytoesterol and stigmasterol can be related to vegetal residues in these deposits. Also, it is interesting the correlation of natural sediments in this sequence without organic matter identified in micromorphology. As you can see here, we see Aeolian sands with these seal coatings, with the lipid biomarker study, which does not show any significant biomarker. So we don't see the fatty alcohols or the esterols or the biomarkers we see in other horizons of this sequence. So most probably this was a regulated Midden, regulated by the Byzantine authorities. And again, when we, in these 4 case studies, when we see something regulated, is because there is an imperial power behind. There is a specialized treatment of the residues, in this case is fecal residues, which are very difficult to find in Roman cities, at least in southern Spain. And the rate of sedimentation in this context is intermittent. So there are fast episodes of dumping interfingered with Aeolian sedimentation. Micromorphology, lipid biomarkers, and parasites point to a diet rich in vegetables and fish. However, the parasites are very common, suggesting a poor hygiene. These bad sanitation conditions contrast with the apparently well-organized urban waste management of these physiological remains. And this finding is exceptional because, as I told you, it's very difficult to find these physiological residues in the Roman cities of Hispania, maybe because we haven't looked at them, we haven't tried to find them. So to conclude, understanding urban waste management practices are essential to unravel the urban biographies and zone evolution processes. Many key aspects of waste management practices are impossible to assess for traditional excavation methods, so the microstratigraphic multi-analytic approach turns essential to know waste composition, the discard rates, and temporality, or the natural formation processes. In this sense, I feel very identified with Aroa's research because some of your questions were very similar. So, as the former Roman Empire was a vast sum of societies, the attitudes and habits towards urban waste would have been different. So the case studies must be expanded in geography and chronology. And finally, thank you everybody for being here, and thanks to everybody involved in this research.
Thank you so much, Mario and Federica. So we're going to, Thank you so much, Mario and Federica. So without further ado, we can start with the discussion. So do we have any questions for our speakers? Yes, Robin.
It's not really a question, but it's a comment for waste management. I was just sort of thinking of what you're talking about the environment and how we diverse place. And the work that I've done at some outskirts of Roman Empire, it's become sort of important to look at not only how the waste is, but how urbanization itself is being affected by the population living there. So what we found is people who were living there before the Romans arrived carry on for quite some time living in that same way. So even when the Roman street grid is imposed, they still have their houses lined with an iron street grid, and they have their rubbish pits and their houses, and they carry on living that lifestyle for quite some time. Again, buildings. The early pits, not really any rubbish. It's an interesting taxonomic question as well, because the site itself is an Agrarian Terrace, so it's very acidic. So you have to ask, is this because no one is really living here, which is again a question, because the population is quite low, or is it just because all the rubbish was dissolved? So I wonder, have you also considered the role of geology?
Can I, so sorry, can I ask you, Mario, to come here to answer the question? I'm really sorry for the people online. So there has been a question and a comment from Rowena Banerjee regarding Roman sites in Britain and how, in spite of Romanization, local population living there before the Romans arrived still carry on with their traditions for quite a while after the Romans arrived. So yeah, you can take it from here.
Also, her question was related with the use of control samples to from geological local settings to check them and to compare them with the sites I'm researching, if I understood well.
Yeah, the impact of geological
Yeah, starting from that, I feel very identified also with Federica's research because these samples are essential. For example, in a place like the urban midden of Gades from Cadiz, they are using local soils, but not exactly from the place, because the Cadiz is in an island surrounded by marsh environments and very different coastal dynamics. So, and they are picking on these soils to dump them here. So these samples are essential to identify these processes. And also, yes, the post-depositional physical, biological, and chemical transformations, and as you pointed out, are essential here, where organic matter is so important, is the key aspect of the thing. And for example, in the last case study presented in September, there are several phosphatic minerals of neoformation. There is phosphatic replacement of bioclastic calcarenites. So yes, I understand your point, and I really agree with you. And also, I agree with you regarding your first part of the question. Now I'm integrated in the Instituto de Arqueología Ibérica. It's an institution focused on pre-Roman research. And now we are taking samples on local pre-Roman urban communities. So yeah, in the future, I would like to expand chronologically from the other side. So what was before the Romans? So yeah, I totally agree with you.
Are there any more questions? Cameraman or something. Yeah, but I will. But yeah, this is just in case someone. So complicated. Yeah, I do have a question for Federica. So you were stressing, obviously in a very sensible manner, the importance of building a local reference of materials, particularly for the chemical analysis. I was really wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about the decision-making process regarding this, like how far from the site do you go to take these materials and this type of stuff. And I have to request if you can join us at the desk over the side. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Decision making on something, on the building of reference materials, isn't it? So in terms of sites, having done sort of the desktop work that all of us do before you go and work on a site, so familiarize yourself with the geological, hydrogeological strata, etc. I would look at soils and sediment covers across different landforms if you have a bit of topography. So in the case that I've presented, in one case, in the Zanzibar one, the topography is not very varied. So it was really just a matter of running a couple of transects around the site, which is a big stream for the purpose. I was answering other questions, that's why I did the transect, but the very bare minimum, sample the topsoil on top of the site, of the spot that you decided to dig into, and then off, away from it, to capture conditions that allegedly are not associated directly, they're not sitting directly on top of the archaeological deposits. Mm. And then you'll hear from them later this morning, different landforms unit, different vegetation cover. So that's another key. So forested versus open, open vegetated grassland, open vegetation, and say slope versus valley. It doesn't mean you don't need a huge amount, but it really pays off, in my opinion. To answer your question.
Yes, yes,
yes, please. Yeah.
I don't know about the organic component. No. If I sit here and I raise my voice a bit, I'm still there. So yes, I wanted to ask Federica about the organic component that she found in her sample. So was this part of a construction material, or was this like in primary, secondary deposition? Was this, related to activities, either, penning or discard of penning materials, or was it like embedded in the construction materials? And what's your take on it?
I think the quick answer is all of it, in the sense that depending on the deposit and on the context. So for the packet head floors, where I knew eventually that these were made of dough, it was a bit of a combination of finding dung, seeing in tin section, looking into ethnographic literature and talking to local communities on how they still make dung today, and looking at the chemistry between modern dung and the one that we identified on the slide. In areas where you didn't have, in archaeological deposits where you didn't have readily detectable the presence of a sort of daub per se, then understanding the nature and the significance of the organic matter was more complicated. So that, I think in that sense also, phytoliths was also, the phytoliths were also particularly useful between sort of the roofed and unroofed space, because then you can begin to think about whether, some penning was happening outdoors. As you would have excrements that you could associate with animals being present there, but at the same time, you would have some cooking, sort of food production residues. So organics coming from charred wood, biogenic excremental matters, fish bones, shell fragments, but then also relatively distinctive phytolith signature within the thin section in the extraction. So, yeah.
Do you have any more questions?
Can I ask them?
You raised something like that in reference the program was working with Challenge, was referencing related to temperate region, arid region. If it's changing with development, and the references for more tropic regions or soils that are developing and growing.
Oh, sorry. So a question for Helmut out about whether the field sort of these analytical approaches are expanding, and we have a building of reference data that go beyond temperate and temperate environments, basically, and arid environments. I think yes. I think the field is expanding, but I think we're still struggling with sampling strategies. I think we're still working very much at ad hoc basis, which is fine by me, in the sense that, depending on the context, your sampling strategies have to adjust to that context. But then it makes it very difficult when you then try to integrate. If it's a matter of finding specific type of elements, good, maybe, we can live with it. But if it's a matter of comparing amounts, then the sampling used, if it's different, it makes things more complicated. And I think we all sample in very different ways. So personally, I was very inspired by Karen Millet's work on Viking sites of all places, and that sampling strategy has informed a lot of the sampling strategy that we then developed in these contexts. Thank you. Can I ask a quick question to Mario?
Yes, of course.
Terrific. I have millions of questions, so you're not going to have a coffee break because I'm going to talk to you. No, I'm kidding, but really, really enjoyed it. I was wondering whether you have any sense or any suspicions that some of your middens material might have been repurposed. I'm thinking about the use of midden material for leveling of rising grounds, that sort of phenomenon that we do see in some early medieval towns, for example, at least in continental and northern Europe. I know nothing about the Roman period, but is this repurposing? I guess the question is, do you have any evidence of repurposing middens?
So thank you, Federica, for your question, and totally yes. As Ruth Sahak pointed out in her study of Teldor, for example, it's very difficult to discriminate between in situ occupation deposits and household waste used for leveling for floors. And that is what happened in the case of Bailo Claudia, where I presented the sequence of stone pavements and household waste. I think it's a constructing filling. And I have other examples, for example, in that very same city in Bailo Claudia, the specific use of specific residues for specific purposes. For example, glass processing byproducts, glass slags, used as a leveling for an opus igninum floor, so a mortar floor. Why did they use that? Maybe because they wanted something very porous, very evapotranspirant. We don't know, but yes. Thank you.
No, please, I have to ask one question. I will stimulate yes, you were mentioning about these Aeolian deposits that you find interspersed in the Middle Strategic state, and you interpreted this as periods of disuse, basically, as sort of management of the medium.
Well, is that your question?
Yeah, that's my question, if I got it correctly. And this is for me because, for example, at Neolithic in the Neolithic when I work, we find place layers in some middens that have been suggested to be intentionally deposited as means of sanitation and smell control. So I was wondering if you had something similar to this, or what was your take on it?
Well, in these deposits, I think in these middens, I think these Aeolian deposits are formed and not done to prevent the bad smell. But also, this is the most significant geomorphological process on the Strait of Gibraltar. So you both sides you have these Aeolian systems that are wonderful, and I think this is a matter of size, in the sense that in the midden of Cadiz, which is the second biggest midden of the Roman Empire, when I find this Aeolian lens, I can say that there is no discard there. And that doesn't mean an abandonment of the site, because we are looking at a stratigraphic section. We don't know what is happening 20 meters there. So that is one example, but the other in Septem, in Ceuta, where the midden is more restrictive and the rate of deposition is more slow, where we find this same deposit, maybe we can open the question. Is no discard means abandonment? Because that takes a time to get formed. It's fast in the Strait of Gibraltar, but still it's a time. I don't know if I have answered your question. I think yes. In the case, the first case I presented, the construction of the ramps maybe is for a double purpose: to seal the deposits and to facilitate the access. Is the first task, is the only daily task we have the archaeology when you are excavating is to arreglar a terrera. I don't know how to say it in English.
So, you know, ultimately, I'm thinking about smell and I'm thinking about sort of the health, condition management. We have seen in the plan on the new
Yeah, it's a good reference. Yeah.
Are there any more?
When I come back to these alien sedimentation, Brussels on one particular case, we actually had these. So it means that there's been quarrying on the soil next to the archaeological site. And basically what happened is because it was not an area, I was lying around there, it was very vulnerable to the dust formation. And it became popular in the process, actually. So it was not a kind of hygienic purpose, but it was just natural sedimentation. That was always on purpose.
Maybe I didn't explain myself. I don't think it's on purpose. I think that on purpose is in another case study. In the first case study showed that there were marsh and some flat deposits. So a coastal deposit collected and trampled and everything is horizontally arranged. But I don't think the Aeolian deposit is something intentional. I think it's natural formation.
I will ask you a final question. That's okay. You showed them up at the beginning, you know, the geographic approaches to Roman sites. And this, from what I noticed, they tend to follow modern national borders. Belgium, Netherlands, UK. I can give names because I know who did this study, you know, your PhD. You know, how do we move forward from here? What's your take on this?
Just saying, yes, just saying Romans are cool. So I don't know. Yes, as you said, we can see schools in that map. For example, the extensive and amazing work of Richard Maffei.
Yeah.
So it was I think it's a matter of time.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much to our speakers for these two really amazing contributions and for this discussion. We are a little bit delayed with respect to our original schedule. I would suggest to meet back at 11:30, if that's okay. We still have a proper coffee break. So we will be back in about 25 minutes with the next and last session of this conference. We have 3 talks planned and you shouldn't miss it. Thank you very much. See you in 25 minutes.
Yeah, almost helped them. Something happened here.
Luego te enseño. Está hecho mano y está sellado sobre sí mismo, es un túmulo, porque en el siglo V pasó algo muy loco en Extremadura, que todos estos yacimientos que eran de palacio, no se sabe, los incorporaron y hicieron rituales masivos, a día de hoy, 50 caballos sacrificados juntos, una crónica sobre el tema de y entonces fue todo bien sellado. Por ahí tengo el de haber hecho planchas como de adobes, marcadores, agregando la misma que yo tiene el adobe, con la hoja, todo eso, están sellando los depósitos de preparación. Y no se cuenta como las tuyas, no son laminadas. Claro, de hecho tú seguramente la habías movido por aquí. ¿Cómo?
No, thank you. I got my phone.
I take some water actually.
I speak to the phone. I just have to ask for my notes to be printed off. Because my memory is not good these days. Your memory gets worse, I think, as you get older. It does. It does. Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, I can remember all the contact numbers for my PhD. Oh my God. I can remember them all, but any new information, like new results, it takes a long time for them to. This information, like all the contact numbers for my PhD. When the name tags of different sites over the first. Yeah. For this project, we've opened so many different sites and also different areas. Right, and then it starts by
trying to remember it all. We also have other people's research as well.
I know you.
Who's this person?
Seen before, but
And they will probably listen on YouTube, and if I say anything wrong.
oh my God. Yeah, I do think I told her that's more from the.
That's the
Yes. It's good to have a lot.
This is the first one I've been to. Years of being online, and I got to a point where I thought, I've had enough of online conference. They're good if you have someone giving a talk and you can't go just for one talk. But you don't get to talk to anyone. It's really can't discuss any new ideas or anything like that. And you can't have beer with people and drink with people.
Exactly.
It's very important.
But it's useful because yeah, I've been invited to conference of good, Mexico and stuff like that. So that's good. So that's
Yeah, I mean, I've been to a few heritage conferences as well. And normally I wouldn't be able to, I can justify the expense. I haven't got the right to pay. And also geo-heritage, I mean, it's part of what I'm doing, but it's not, completely related to the project, and there's not money to pay for it. So that's really good. It's interesting giving it a, like a live microphone.
yeah, well, that was fun. That was the kid. People do, especially because it's very unuser friendly. It's very unfriendly. I do remember with suffering. Problem is you're at distance, so you can't change things. Someone you can go and give me some tips, I'll help you out. It's virtually impossible.
Go to the EEHAR-CSIC?
No. I think you need to.
Yeah, we're going to my project.
No, I heard that.
Going to spend time in Paris?
No, it took me my first holiday in 3 years. So priorities,
And probably the first workshop you haven't been to.
still but with this story. No, I don't. I can go into this conference.
Yes. Yeah, we spoke about this. Did you send an abstract? I can't remember if
I'll have to check.
I think I gave a title.
That's something I'm quite sure about. It's something about García-Suárez.
They haven't asked me for an abstract yet. Maybe they are very busy.
Well, they're German, so I'm quite convinced.
If there's
We'll get a
something-
reminder.
something is missing.
You forgot.
What was I talking about?
Not García,
I asked you to talk about something specific as well. I think it was, you know, you get these cultural areas on the castle. I think it was about those. Hello.
Ready.
Hope so.
I was expecting more like I was born ready. Pues Dios mío.
Now, that's do you have a darker t-shirt?
I do. I know it from my brother.
I didn't show
Welcome to the dark side.
Yeah.
Actually, also the name of our new project. Dark. It was a kind of
the role of the NFTs. I didn't on my computer, but I want to print it somewhere on a t-shirt or whatever. The stranger teachers. Like in the thing section. We all have the stranger teachers.
O si no sucio, ¿no?
Sucio también. Ay, Dios mío. Tenemos unos comentarios, me digo de ayer, de que no sé qué, de Janstar.pues, Sexifolio, sí. ¿Esto no se puede quitar? Oiga, tenemos que interesar esto de Juan, no tenemos tiempo para esto. Tenemos el tiempo. Gracias, sí. Bueno, pues vamos porque si no, no pasa nada. A ver. Es un PowerPoint este, ¿eh?
Yes.
A ver, Maja. Where is the... Ya, ya. Es que está todo cerrado. ¿Cómo? ¿Lo tienes ahí? No lo veo. No. Marta, no, espero que lo tienes que hacer. Ah, está abierto. Está abierto. Ahí. Lo podemos poner aquí o lo podemos bueno, en la onda, en la YouTube no sale, lo podemos ocultar nuestra propia si no más moverse. Vale, ya está, ¿no? Vamos a ocultar nuestra propia.
It's my heart.
Bueno, pues que se quede por aquí. Mhm. Hello everybody, welcome back to the last part of our second session. Today we have the Brussels team, Yannick Devos and Luca Vidrax. So please, yeah, with the connection.
Well, good morning, everybody. Well, first of all, on behalf of Luc and myself, I would like to thank the organizers for putting together this conference and giving us this opportunity to talk about what's one of our favorite topics. It's about urban dark earth. And so the idea is to give you some recent examples of dark earth that we've been looking at in Brussels, Wallonia, and Flanders. Now, for those of you who are not yet familiar with urban dark earth, what is it? Well, it's basically an expression that archaeologists are using to designate what they call these homogeneous thick dark colored deposits, which are quite often rich in human materials. And what's also important is that they cover large surfaces. So we're not talking about the infill of individual bits, for instance. So it's really something that's covering a large area. And what these dark earths are quite common in urban archaeology. They're also a big enigma already for quite some time now, because of their homogeneity, it's quite difficult to try to understand what their archaeological significance is, and that's what we're going to talk about. So, in the first step, basically, archaeologists, well, they were convinced that these dark earths were not that interesting, so they have been removed quite quickly without being properly studied. But of course, by removing these dark earths, we're also removing part of our stratigraphy, basically, and also part of our heritage without looking at it. So that was maybe not the best idea. So then the idea came, well, maybe we should look at them in some more detail. And the idea emerged basically, we could see these sediments and these soils and try to understand what's inside. And so that gave quite some interesting results. But of course, the key question about how these dark earths formed and what the anthropogenic activities and eventually also natural events were behind the formation of these dark earth, well, that's still quite difficult to understand if you're just looking at the results of your what's on your sieving residues. So, and that's basically where geoarchaeology and more particularly micromorphology jumped in. It's not because something is invisible with the naked eye that we can't tell anything at a microscopic scale. And what micromorphology showed to be quite a good technique to tackle all these issues. And what I'm showing you here on this slide is basically the formation process of dark earth as we understood it when we were looking at all the dark earth we've been studying in Brussels over the last 20 years. And so what we basically see is that we start with a parent material. This parent material can be natural, but it can also be anthropogenic. So that's basically the starting point. And on this dark on this parent material, there are quite some different factors that will play a role. We think about climate, topography, time, of course, is very important because if the time lapse on which dark earth can form is very short, then of course this homogenization process will be interrupted quite quickly. And then of course there are a series of non-cultural processes. This can be bioturbation, can be about erosion, sedimentation, mineralization, all kind of different soil forming processes. Now, what's important about these non-cultural processes is that part of them are, or maybe in some cases even all of them, can be human-induced. It can be also indirectly result of human activity. Think, for instance, about a soil that has been quite intensively manures, this will lead to enhanced bioactivation. So that's just one example. And of course, there are also what we call human alterations and modifications. And this can be about accumulation of material. Think about domestic waste, manure, cess, construction debris, industrial artisanal waste, and so on. What's also quite important that we observe is that there's a lot of mixing going on. Also, in some cases, we have truncation or removal of material, and compaction can also be an important factor there. And now, what maybe for us as archaeologists, the most interesting part is the central part. It's talking about the activities that we've been able to identify so far. And here you can see some of the images. And what's important is that we see that there can be quite a diversity of human activities that can be initiating basically development of these dark earths. And then we are thinking about agricultural activities, horticultural activities, market activities. We also find in some cases construction activities, artisanal activities, inhumations. So there's quite a lot of different activities that can be involved within the formation of this dark earth. And well, what you also can see on this image, yeah, so it's this arrow which goes the whole way back, and that's a very important concept with the information of dark earth. It's not necessarily one single activity that's involved. It can be a sequence of several different activities, and also different activities and in combination with natural events. So it can become quite a complex sequence, and that's something that we really should take into account when we look at these dark earths, that we really try to understand how it actually works. Now, what came out of these initial studies is that we are able to record and identify all these human actions and natural events. Now, as we've been looking in quite some detail, for instance, to the development of early urban Brussels, we also found out that it can also be a major source for the understanding of this early urban development of some of these medieval towns, especially because we do have a lot of dark earth, but we do not often find other archaeological traces. So basically these dark earths are our sole resource, and that's also something that we discovered when we were looking at this dark earth Brussels. And one of the things we found was for these proto or pre-urban phase in Brussels, and also for some other towns in Flanders, that a lot of agricultural practices were present at that period. And then we're talking about the working of the soil improvements, manuring, and also, of course, the topic of soil fertility. Now, what's important about this is that, well, because of the formation of the dark earth, we will probably not find any implement traces at the field scale. So we will not find any spade marks within these dark earths because of all this homogenization going on, or art marks or plow marks. It's quite rare to find them. So we really have to rely on soil micromorphology to come to this identification of the working of the soil. Now, in the past, we basically made the mistake to rely only on one single type of evidence. That was the presence of these clay coatings and these sometimes even these silt coatings, because they do indicate indeed that we are having kind of bare surface, but it's not necessarily linked to agricultural activities. It can also be for instance, just a tree throw that is also causing these kind of features to appear. So we have to be very careful about it. That's a concept that we call equifinality. We cannot just rely on one type of evidence in this case. So we really need to build up our story. Try to get as much information as we can. So we will look for microscopic traces of implement marks. We will find, look for eventual presence of fragments of soil crust that have been incorporated. Of course, these dusty clay cones can also help a lot, but we try to build up a robust story, not just to rely on one feature. And the same goes also for soil improvement. it's again about building up this story, trying to find out what are the elements which are related to soil improvements for this medieval period. And then, of course, we in some cases we still have the coprolites, so that's quite easy to understand. In some cases, it's only the parasite eggs who are still there. So Mario already showed us a very nice example of Ascaris. So this one is some of Trichuris, some of the other very common parasite eggs that we sometimes do find in our sections. Other types of evidence for soil improvements are all these remains of household waste and that actually also can accumulate. Now, one of the questions that we asked ourselves is, what did they cultivate on these individual fields that we were able to identify? And well, it's not an easy one to answer to, because when we are talking about what's cultivated on individual fields, we cannot rely, for instance, on microbotanical remains, because we are talking about agricultural fields. That means that people are continuously adding oxygen to this system, because we are plowing, we are mixing materials. So there's a continuous supply of oxygen, which will make, of course, all these organic remains decompose quite quickly. So the same goes for pollen. In most cases, these pollen and microbotanical remains, they tend to decompose quite quickly. So we don't have that kind of evidence anymore. So we need to rely on something else. And that's where the phytoliths came in, because they are of mineral origin, so they do not suffer from this problem of decomposition together with the organic material. And well, what we did was a bit peculiar at first sight, but we looked at the phytoliths in our sections. And why did we do that? Well, because we wanted to know what the origin of the phytoliths was. Because we are not interested in the phytoliths which are related to domestic waste. We're not interested in the phytoliths that are related to manure, but we really not to disturbance of the soil, but we really want the ones which are in situ. So that's basically what we try to do, is perform this kind of taxonomical history of these phytoliths. And why is it so important that we really do this on a very detailed scale? Well, for instance, because we want to find the ones which are in situ, but also if we want to come to identification of what kind of plant material, what kind of cereals are actually cultivated. So if we want to come to morphometric analysis, we need multiple phytoliths. But of course, these multiple phytoliths must come from the same plants, because if we are going to mix them, then we are back at square one. So that's something that we really want to, that we really do not want to happen. So that's when we are trying to look at what we call articulated phytoliths, phytoliths which are still in their anatomical position, because there we can be sure that they do share this common origin and that they are originated from one single plant. And just to show you some of the results that we've been able to find so far, these are cereals that we identified that have been cultivated on fields in France and Brussels. So it's about wheat, barley, oats, rye, and emmer. Now, why is it again important to look at dark earth? Because we can also reconstruct the biography of an individual site. So it's not just trying to understand what are the human actions, but also to build up the whole story of the site. How did the site develop? And I'll quickly show you here the example of the site of Mindaneum in Mons, it's in Molina. It's published a few weeks ago, so it's quite fresh. And what's interesting here is that we have quite a long sequence starting somewhere in the 14th century, and it goes into the 18th century. And so we see a steady build up of this dark earth, but it's quite interesting because it shows us also something about the urbanization of the area. So we start again, I would say, with cereal cultivation that becomes more and more intensified. We also have some periodic fallow or grasslands. Let's go back. And then we come in this 16th, 17th century, we see that things are changing a lot. we get these gardening activities that are coming into place. And what we also see, if we look at the other archaeological evidence, that the area becomes more and more densely built area. So we really are at these outskirts of this town of Mons, but we see that also in these parts, the urbanization is very much ongoing in this period. So that's quite an interesting observation. Yeah. So the next point why it's important to look at the archives is because we can also tell something about the organization of space. Well, Aroa already showed some very nice examples yesterday, but of course she had these very nicely stratified things, which is quite the opposite of what we do find within our archive, because here we end up with these very homogeneous things. Huh? So it's a bit a different story from that point of view, but we can also tell something about the open space. And I will show you this example from Brussels because we had the opportunity to look at quite a lot of different sites within the town over the last 20 years. And so that also permits us to go this one step further. We are not limited to the identification of the biography of one single site. No, we can come to a kind of larger understanding of how the town is organized. And what we see is when we look at the results from this study is that for the 10th, 12th century, what we do find is mostly crop fields, meadows. So we are still in a very rural area. And so yeah, it's quite important. I also tell you this first and second city wall were not built yet, but it's just to orient ourselves a bit. So they're only built from the 13th century onwards. Now, for the 14th, 16th century, we see a completely different picture appearing. Again, only by looking at these dark earths. What do we see now? Well, we have a lot of construction activities going on. Almost every single site, we see that people have been performing construction activities. There are quite a lot of sites also showing evidence of metallurgical activities. We see the appearance of marketplaces. We see also the appearance of a lot of gardens. So in this period, we see that we are really in what we would call a town. So the difference is quite obvious. And well, the last thing I want to discuss very briefly is about understanding of patterns of waste management and pollution. Well, Mario already showed us a very nice example from Roman periods. Now we go to the more recent periods, medieval and modern age. And well, I would like basically to start with a warning. Federica also said this morning. It's very important that we identify these benchmarks, or like I called it, background noise. Otherwise, we will basically fall in every single pitfall that's on the way to try to understand what happened with this ancient pollution. So it's mandatory that we also perform this kind of taphonomical study. We need to know the processes that are important, because if we are doing this elemental analysis or whatever chemical analysis, there's one thing that we really should keep in mind, and what we are actually measuring is the current status of the soil. That does not necessarily correspond to the situation in the 13th century or in the 14th century or in the 15th century. That's only the case whether the soil really got sealed off. And if that's not the case, we should be very careful, and we really should rely on these very detailed taphonomical studies. I'm just going to show you an example of research that we performed with looking at one single element, that was phosphorus. So what we did is we also combined this with soil micromorphology, so no surprises there. Why? Well, again, because we want to get this taxonomy. We want to know what are the processes that could disrupt or could disturb basically the chemical pattern that we would observe. So we would look, is there a lot of bioturbation going on? Do we see any secondary features? Is there any leaching happening throughout the profile? So that's really features that we will look for. And secondary, looking at these features can also tell us something about the actual sources of phosphorus, because phosphorus can be related to decomposing bone material, it can be related to decomposing plant material, it can be related to decomposing dung. So there are quite a lot of different sources. And so there again, the combination of soil micromorphology and this chemical analysis can help us a lot. And just to show you a picture about the situation about the concentration of different periods in Brussels after having performed all these different studies. Well, we did the same for some of the heavy metals because it's one of these things that can also be looked at. So first thing to do is try to understand what are the background levels. So that's a very important one that already been totally discussed by Federica this morning. And so what we basically found is that for this 10th, 13th century, heavy metal pollution is basically non-existent. We only have very slightly elevated concentrations in very few sites. And when we look at the thin sections, well, it becomes obvious that it's mostly related to the manuring of the soil. And that's a picture that is changing completely again when we look at the 14th, 16th century, because now we do have higher concentrations of some of the heavy metals, and we were able to link it to different types of activity, again, by combining it with micromorphology. But what's also important is that we basically see that the real threshold value where it can become harmful to population is only reached in one single site. So basically for these pre-industrial periods, although we do see some concentrations, it seems that it's none of the sites that we've studied so far really a problem for the population. Now, coming to conclusions, what can we say about these dark earths? Well, we see basically that the formation of dark earth is the result of a complex interplay of human actions and natural processes. Remember the model I've been showing in Brussels. And what we also see is that several types of human actions can be involved. And that's really something that's very important. It also implies that we need to study each dark earth in its own right, and not start to make these generalizations about dark earth, which happened in the past quite a lot, where every dark earth in a single town was either just midden deposits or a garden, and then you end up with these stories that are not very useful. And so it's really important that we study each dark earth in its own right. And when we do so, we can come to the reconstruction of a site biography. So we can put the events and human actions in a chronological order. And when we apply this on a systematic scale, like we did, for instance, for Brussels, we can come to the identification of spatial organization patterns, not just for one single period, but also we can see how it evolved over time. And then the last part of the conclusion is about the soil pollution and waste management. There, it's really mandatory that we perform these detailed taxonomical studies, that we try to understand the processes that are involved to come to reliable results. And then, of course, we need to thank a lot of people that have been collaborating with us over these last 20 years. And I would like to thank you for your attention.
Fred ha cominciato a comportarsi in modo strano qui.
Thank you very much, Danny, for this
Strano come?
very clear and
Spaventato.
presentation. Very, very amazing. See the updates of the dark earth and fossils. I managed to share our next presentation. It says outside. Okay. Now Zoom. Okay. Somebody Presentaciones. No. Slowly over there. In the meantime, now let's move to the Castlescapes. Our next speaker is Robina Banerjee from the University of Reading, and colleagues because I can see the slide view there in the YouTube. I don't know why. I have exactly the same view here than here. Yeah. Oh no. Yes, almost. We have to still the view. Okay, it's done. Oh no, there's something wrong. Okay, let's see. Yeah, ya está. Marta está viendo, se está compartiendo. No, porque ahí todavía no. Es que va más lento. Ok, mira, ya. Yes, Molina, just in case you move a lot sideways. Yeah. My mistake. I do that. Thank you.
Shall I start? Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Looking forward.
So today I'm going to talk about the microarchaeology of castlescapes. And this will be drawing on research from 3 different projects, which you can see at the bottom of the screen there, and also bringing in work of all the colleagues that you see on the screen at the moment. So I'm going to sort of take a geoarchaeological approach to this. So all those projects bring in a range of environmental proxies, historical sources, GIS working. But today I'm going to focus on the role that geoarchaeology plays and the microanalytical approaches that I'm taking to look at castlescapes. So I'm sure I don't have to tell most of the people in the audience today that soils and sediments are the backbone of the archaeological record. They hold all the environmental data that we analyze, the artifacts, and their study of the soils and sediments is key for understanding the taphonomy of these assemblages. So we're using geoarchaeology today to create sort of synergies between the on-site assemblages, the on-site microstratigraphy and profiles, the use of the castles, and reconnecting them with their hinterlands. So what the soils and sediments in the landscape are saying about the changes that are happening there. And as well as this, the particularly micromorphology has allowed us to look not only at the use of castles, but also at the preservation of the deposits on site and the management of the buried archaeology at castle sites as well. And I'm going to end the talk by looking at how geoarchaeology can be used going forward, not only in the interpretation and presentation of castles, but looking at this within their formal management structures on how we inform future research frameworks and practices. So, what is a castlescape? It's not a geographical sort of measurement. We don't just get a castle and sort of draw a sort of line around it and decide this is the hinterland. Castles are very dynamic structures. They have often have long sort of occupation. They have bits added onto them. They're very dynamic. They have bits that fall out of use. Some are still used today. But what we are doing is looking at the castles within their sort of dynamic reconfigurations of the hinterland and the ideological political situation associated with the monuments. So we're looking at the castles within their broader shifting fluid territories, looking at how the economy was structured around the castle, and looking at how that's reflected within the castles as well. So taking on-site and off-site perspective. So essentially we're looking at the cultural landscape associated with the biography of the castle. And just like Yannick said about Dhaka, no single model can be used for every castle. And I think that's something that to hold on to throughout the talk. So just to show the case study areas, I'm mainly going to focus today on the castles from the Iberian Peninsula that we're studying as part of the landscapes of the Reconquest project. And we have in inverted commas, owing to the sort of political sensitivity of this term. It tends not to be used in modern Spanish society, apart from conservative elements, but it's used here as it still has some international currency. And if you talk about the Reconquista, people outside of Spain generally know the period of history that you're talking about. So that's why it's used at the moment. I'm going to be bringing in some comparative data very briefly from a couple of the sites in the Baltic. I'm not going to focus too much on these because I've spoken a lot about them. There's quite a lot of published material already that can be followed up, but they provide good comparison in terms of the methodology in taking a sort of geoarchaeological landscape approach to these sites. So, the sites that we're looking at from the Iberian Peninsula, you can see them all on the map there. And the line shows the moving frontier. And you can see the dates out in the sea associated with the point of the frontier. So this is the Al-Andalus frontier, sort of coming back south through Spain. And the sites that we're looking at plotted on the map here. So the sites that I'm going to focus on today have the red arrows, and these are Molina de Aragon. I'm going to talk about Granada and very briefly about Cartama as well. So there are four key questions for the Landscapes of Reconquest project. And these are very much looking at how the designation and classification of a frontier, what impact this has on the conflict population, how does it reflect long-term changes in the settlement and social organisation, What impact did the designated frontier have on environmental exploitation? Is there a correlation between conquest and intensified exploitation? Did topography predetermine the location of frontiers? How permeable were the frontiers of opposing societies? And did people and ideas cross them? How resilient were frontier societies following conquest and the imposition of new regimes? How autonomous were they? And to what extent were these hybridized societies? So we're studying the geoarchaeology and the contribution that geoarchaeology makes to these questions. And the methodology for the Landscapes of Reconquest project in general was developed out of the research from the Ecology of Crusading project in the Baltic. And this was again looking at medieval frontier societies and the reorganization of territories but associated with the Northern Crusades. So here dealing with pagan tribes and the impact that the environmental impact of crusading, regime change, territorial reorganization and colonization across the Eastern Baltic as a result of the Crusades. So you can see this map here shows the existing tribal structure. And then we have the Prussian Crusade coming from the south, and then the Livonian Crusade coming from Scandinavia and reorganizing the territories into Prussia and Livonia. So we're dealing with, when we talk about Prussia, what is Poland today, and the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad, and then the Livonian Crusade, which is present. Livonia is Latvia and Estonia. And if you want to, the website is, you can scan the QR code and read more about that. So I'm going to start with the Castlescape of Molina de Aragon. This is Guadalajara, and Molina is on quite a long, it has a long history to the frontier. So it was on the frontier of two Berber tribes, then it's on the frontier of Al-Andalus and Christian societies, and then it's on the frontier of Castile and Aragon as well. So it's quite a dynamic castlescape in terms of its background history. And these are the areas where you can see all the dots of the trenches that we have put in around the castle. And the ones with the red rings around are the ones I'm going to talk about today. So the big red ring in the middle, that is the citadel, that's an Islamic citadel. The walls around contain Christian archaeology, so 7,000 and 3,000. The later Christian archaeology, whereas Trench 2000 is in the Islamic citadel. Trench 4000 is the old terraces. Trench 1000 is new terraces, modern terraces. Trench 5000 is this is a very small trench, this is in the Jewish quarter. And then Trench 6000 down at the bottom is from the irrigation system by the river. So this is a diagram with photos of the castlescape. And if you see, we've got A, E, and B. So these trenches are the occupations sort of within the walled area. You can see there. And what the micromorphology from these areas has shown, that the occupation of a castle is very dynamic. So the profiles from within the citadel and the church of Santa Catalina, which you can see, which is B. This dates from the 12th century, but these profiles from the citadel, so that's E, and B, the church, they show alternating periods of habitation, occupation, periods of abandonment, but also post-abandonment occupation as well. And within the citadel, we have an Islamic floor at the bottom, and the profile goes all the way through into the Christian period. And we've collected samples throughout this profile, and the profile is shown in the photographs with E. And the profile goes all the way up to a 19th century drain. There are plaster floors at the surface as well. And what you see here, where you have these plaster floors, we also see a lot of herbivore dung. So it begins to fall out of use and starts getting used by shepherds, bringing in livestock to use in the castle. There's an interesting change in use as well. So the Islamic floor at the bottom was kept very clean. We don't find any buildup of residues on here. This is overlaid by a very thick, dark soil. It's dark, it's earth, but it has no occupation debris in it whatsoever. No phytoliths, nothing. It's really sterile. There's nothing in it. And this is overlaid by a huge boulders, which you can see in the profile drawing just there. This is destruction material. It's just been deliberately destroyed, and this is overlying a sterile soil. And this destruction seems to be related to what we say the Reconquest phase of 1154, and is echoed in the written sources as well. So, yeah, something is suggesting. So, I mean, it's only one profile, but it's suggesting that the citadel was abandoned and nobody was there. There's nothing, not even any microfossils in section. And then from sort of 1154 onwards, the citadel is used, and we have these plaster floors, but it's sort of quite associated with domestic occupation, and then becomes used for livestock. So I suppose one of the questions about the sort of dark soil at the bottom, some of the experimental work that I have done, I mean, this only comes from Northern European context, and there's no comparanda yet for Mediterranean areas or sort of semi-arid, but also very cold areas. But the experimental work that I did from Lyra showed that when a building effectively loses its roof, it turns to soil within about 2.5 years. So it can give you a bit of an idea of how long that abandonment process took. But I can't really make that link here because it's not a direct comparison, but it gives some idea on timescale. So we've taken lots of environmental samples for plant macro analysis, but unfortunately, they have produced very few seeds, even from some of the rubbish pits. We have lots of fish and bone and other rubbish, but the samples themselves have not produced great species diversity. So, moving on to terraces. So we first looked at some of the modern terraces. This was quite a useful exercise because it helped us to understand the formation processes and how they're built, which is quite helpful when looking at abandoned terraces, which have basically slipped down the slope. And a student at Reading, Imanol Flores Navales, has done his GIS-based dissertation looking at terraces around the Molina Castlescape. And he's been looking at not only abandonment, but also the effects of geology on this as well. And he's found that abandonment sort of mostly happens partially in sections of terraces. So the top tends to go first, and then the middle. And this is quite useful for deciding if when you're going to take samples, is doing a study like this and deciding where you might have survival of your terraces. The terraces around Molina, he's found, were sort of the ones that are next to the castle were uncultivated before the 1950s. And this sort of strengthens the case that they were used during the life of the castle. The majority of the archaeological terraces that have survived up to 2018 around the castle are located in areas with solid clay geology and areas where you have a predominance of dolomites and limestones. Only very few have survived. So it sort of brings us on to how dating issues terraces. Unfortunately, the terraces that we have haven't really produced any organic remains to date. And so we've teamed up with Tony Brown's terrace team, who are doing OSL dating on the terrace. So I've held back from doing any micromorph work so far until we get the dates, because I mean, the aim of the project is to look at the landscape around the castle. So we need to know for sure that these terraces are associated with the use of the castle. It seems that they are from the GIS. And also we found very tense, one tiny piece of Islamic pottery in a wall. So, but that's it, you know, so trying to date them is really problematic, really problematic. So we've also been looking at the irrigation system. The irrigation system around the castle. So you can see on image B, this is a view from the castle looking down towards the river. And you've got the Museum of Molina, which is the right arrow, and then the irrigated plot, which is the left arrow. And these plots are still in use today, which you can see for image C and A as well. So we did some test pits and sampling to look for the historic irrigation system. And we seem to have found it, which is which is great. We seem to have found what is the Christian extension of the irrigation system. Again, trying to find any organic remains to date is problematic, but we have got quite a good ceramic chronology from this profile. And the micromorphology, see here it's still in use. The micromorphology has confirmed the presence of buried soils and the location of a former irrigation channel that we spotted about a metre down in the profile that we thought was there based on this sort of over here on the left. Based on this, it was filled with very fine silty material in the field. And we've taken samples from above and below it, from the soil that was forming above it as well. And we can see we have soil amelioration, we have refuse been used as a fertilizer. And the fill of the channel that you can see over on the left had a very different particle size to the material around it and above, much finer silt particle size. We also have soil forming processes. You can see the earthworm biospheroids here. And we also have this photomicrograph on the left. We have these sort of water-laid crusts that have become fragmented due to the biotubation. And these are present throughout, actually. But this seems to be the irrigation system, and it has a Christian date. So it seems to be the Christian extension of the Islamic system. What we don't have is what Yannick has been talking about, phytoliths. So we'd really like to know what was grown on the irrigation system. There are no phytoliths in thin section. I will wait to see what the extraction shows, but whether I end up with nice articulated phytoliths in an extraction, I'm not sure, but they're certainly not present in the thin sections, which is very unfortunate. So we will have to wait to see on that. As part of the project, we're looking at sort of environmental and landscape change in the wider hinterland. And there are several existing pollen studies from around Molina, but these are from high altitude areas. They also show the entire Holocene sequence, and they often only have a few dates because they were just taken to look at long-term environmental change. Whereas for the medieval period, you need a lot of dates. You need a very tight chronology. If you're trying to tie in historical events that happen, you know, within, say, 50 years, you need a very robust radiocarbon chronology, which was something that was developed for the Baltic project. But as you can see, we did go out and do some coring from the area in red, and these cores that we took are also located in a mining area next to another castle, the Castle of Zafra. And so it would be important also to do the geochemical work on these profiles. However, they're proving we're yet to find out if there's any pollen survived, because as you can see, there's a lot of laminated wetting and drying episodes. You can see the streaks of iron in the photographs there. So whether any pollen survives, we don't know, but we didn't see, there aren't any organics in there to date. We might have to explore pollen dating if we do find pollen, and hopefully, at the very least, even if there's not enough pollen for an environmental signal, be able to look at some of the mining signals from the area. So that is ongoing work as well. And as a comparison, from a very different castlescape around the Baltic, you can see the environment here that we were using to get an environmental signal, to looking at those sort of changes in long-term agricultural and landscape clearance associated with conquest and colonization. So lake cores, but also very nice, as you see over on the right, this is Radzin, castle at Radzin, which had a nice bog right next to the castle, which was also great for looking at the geochemical signals within the lake, looking at soil erosion using titanium as a tracer, looking at soil erosion associated with landscape clearance, but also having it directly associated with a castle as well, which you can see from Molina, we're having to try and get our sources of that sort of evidence from very different contexts, from irrigation systems, from terraces that are often very difficult to date. Oops. And yeah, this is discussed a bit more in the paper that we've published in Landscapes. So, moving on to the second Castlescape, looking at the Castlescape of the Alhambra. And we're looking at the land of Ayandamar, and this is to the north. So you can see the Alhambra down there at the bottom, and we're sort of just behind that view that you see of the Alhambra, that we're behind that. So we're on the present day campus of Cartuja, where the University of Granada have done lots of excavations, and we're looking at a sort of rather palatial complex associated contemporary with the beginning of the Alhambra. So it's arguably the Castlescape of the Alhambra, but also there might be an earlier fortification there, so another Castlescape in its own right. Looking at some of these small almunias or small palaces that were built, and thanks to the water management of this area. So just to show Granada. And you can, I won't read these out, but there are some written sources describing this area and how sort of lush it was in terms of agriculture and palatial architecture. It's sort of an irrigated and productive area around the town. And here you can see, this is the campus of Cartuja. You can see where the excavations have been carried out, spanning a sort of the Neolithic period up to the sort of modern times. And the area I'm going to be talking about is right at the top, sort of palace period, palace complex from the Nasrid period, which looks, the reconstruction looks a bit like this, with a pool in the middle. Rather, the pool was much bigger in the medieval period, and it was gradually made smaller from the into the 19th century. And this is 3D reconstruction. You can see the trenches over on the right in red and blue, and the reconstruction with the tapial walls of what it may have looked like. And you can see the excavated pool and what it looks like at the moment. And the samples that I've got come from the infilling of the pool. So that's down at the bottom, the blue trench. And this seems to suggest 3 phases of infilling, but I need to explore this a bit more. So you have it sort of being filled in, then you have a period of soil development, lots of rooting material, and then another period, which seems to match what is written in the written sources about this area having lots of sort of agriculture and trees grown on it. But also the trench over and the red has been put through what may have been the entrance to the palace. This was hypothesized, and it seems to have been confirmed with the micromorphology, which is nice, because at the top, what is there on the thin section, the 74A, we have this nice sort of trampled horizon with these lenticular plated beds, planar voids, on top of a former A horizon. So we have a B horizon at the bottom, an A horizon, and this nice sort of trampled surface that seems to match where they think the entrance path was coming into the palace. So that was nice to see. So moving on to just to show the final area of Cartuja that we're going to be looking at. We've got more micromorphology samples to analyze, and these come from 3 areas, which you can see there on the screen: Agrarian Terraces, an area close to a Morisco dump. So these are a population of Muslims known as Moriscos living in the Castilian period. And our colleague Marcos García has done some zooarchaeological work on this dump. And the rubbish reflects the food habits of the Morisco group, demonstrating how some Andalusi families, even when they were forced to officially convert to Christianity, sort of clung on to their dining traditions. So we have samples from around this area, but also one of the rooms of their houses to look at as well, which I'm looking forward to looking at. So I just want to sort of end the talk by looking at, because one of the aspects of the project is communicating the scientific data to the public and working with the museums there. So I've just got on the screen some, they were never expected to go in a presentation, so I apologize for their quality. But last time I was in Madrid, I went and had a look around the National Museum, and I looked at the prehistoric gallery there, which is absolutely fantastic in terms of what they've done to communicate science. So they have not only the displays of all the artifacts, but they have screens as well that you can watch very short videos that explain processes such as DNA sampling, linking the methodology, the lab, the results to the archaeology as well. They have sediment profiles, and they also situate the work that has been done in modern sort of debates around climate change and things like that. Unfortunately, the same can't be said from the Iron Age onwards, which you see a very different focus to the prehistoric gallery, actually. Instead, the television screens, the film is much longer, and it's just describing sites. It has no scientific data integrated into it. So hopefully we can start to sort of change this and integrate the scientific data for more sort of historical periods in a better way. And it's not because it's not popular and that people don't want to learn about scientific data. And it's one thing that I've found, certainly when talking to the public when they visited sites, is they're always very interested. And we have we always put out results on social media, which are being very well received, not only by the local excavator, but then when he shared the post to the Friends of the Museum group, this was really well received and people were really enthusiastic about the results. So we're going to try and work with the, we're developing an app as part of the Landscapes of Reconquest project, primarily on Molina, on the Castlescape there, and using the sort of GIS platform for this. But I'm going to be looking at how we integrate the scientific data into that app so people can, I suppose it's about layers of knowledge. So some people just go because they want to look at a castle, whereas some people will want to find out a bit more, and it's been able to sort of address the needs of those people and what they want to find out. And you can, I mean, at Cartama, we have sort of, I suppose, more tangible environmental remains like seeds and bones as well, that you can engage people with and then take them through the various scales of analysis, through what they can see physically down to what they can see under the microscope. And this is discussed a bit more in this paper here. And yeah, the geopark in Molina, this is a UNESCO global geopark, and one of the aims of geoparks is to sort of link the cultural and natural heritage, and at present they're presented separately. So hopefully our app will be able to link two together and present cultural historical landscapes and not have them isolated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Romina. So great to see the communication, public archaeology. This and then come on. Check. Get back. Yeah. Yeah, the audio is working. Okay, perfect. The last speaker today. Well, let's move now to a completely different research area and case study on Vikings by Wilmot Wood and Federica Sulas and colleagues. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, here in the room and also online. Thanks Marta for the introduction, and let's stress Marta was also involved in the research herself. It's about bio and geoarchaeological study of an apparently empty Viking Age grave at Freyerslev in Denmark. And it's a site excavated by Museum Skanderborg in Denmark. And I have the pleasure and honor to present results of many different multiple researchers. And I should stress, it's not me who coordinated or put it all together. It was the museum that led the excavation, and it was Federica Sulas who coordinated the paper, and recently an excellent paper was published. So I'm glad that she's in the audience here as well. Yeah, okay. It concerns an equestrian grave from the late Viking Age, and it was quickly clear that it was this type of grave because of spectacular finds of about 700 metal finds, gilded and silvered, so covered with gold and silver, representing a horse harness. So that gave an indication what kind of grave do we have here. Similar graves are known from Denmark and also northern Germany, mostly excavated in the late 19th, early 20th century. So, and then at that time, methods, techniques were very different. Some were excavated more recently, but not so often. So the find of this grave was very, it was like considered as a once in a lifetime chance to excavate an equestrian Viking Age grave, and now also with much more modern methods and techniques. It was led by Museum Skanderborg. Many colleagues from Aarhus University were involved, and also Mooscoort Museum was involved, for example, for conservation of objects and archaeobotany. This is what the grave looked like. Most of the grave was excavated in the field, but the gray blobs that you see in the image, they represent soil samples. So soil blocks were taken indoors and also excavated indoors by means of stereomicroscopy. The grave was rather empty. Let's see whether, yeah, there was a post there. There was some wood there. We have, of course, the metal finds of the horse harness and the bridle. Further, there was a silver brooch, a quiver with 22 arrows, and a tooth of a large mammal, probably a horse. But otherwise, apparently, that was it. So you see on the image silhouettes of a person and a horse, but at the time of excavation, we did not know that at all. It was only an hypothesis based on expectations, based on comparisons with other graves. On the right, you see the beautiful metal objects. So many of these tiny objects were found forming the horse harness. So a reconstruction of the headgear of the horse, it was like, you can say, a bling bling horse. It's also, yeah, an elite grave of an elite person with a high rank, maybe just below the king. It was a fancy grave. Yeah, so if you, we have heard the talk from Federica before, and she stressed clearly you need to have an understanding of the local and regional conditions. So here's some notes about it. The site is located on a hilltop of a moraine plateau. So we deal with moraine and glacial till geology, characterized by finely textured clayey soils and sediments. And a reference micromorphology sample showed mixing due to relatively recent plowing. Aims and questions for this grave. So the aims were to reconstruct the burial environment and the post-depositional history and preservation. So in very simple language, like what did the grave look like, what was deposited in the grave, but also what happened afterwards. And the approach we applied was a multi-scale approach, a microarchaeology, and the microscale approach was also definitely involved. Denmark is located in the temperate region. Soil conditions, for example, result in degradation of both organic and inorganic materials. Things decay, organic things decay. It's a site also above the groundwater level. In relation to this, and citation by Shakespeare, your water is a sore decayer of your horse and dead body. Yeah, he knew also like bodies decay in this region. But for example, bodies, they consist of many elements, and maybe some elemental footprints may remain from the burial, maybe from the construction, and that was what we have been looking for. Methods. A wide range of methods was applied. For the multi-elemental geochemistry, portable XRF, calibrated by ultra-trace inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry. Soil micromorphology samples, work by Federica. Analysis of fecal lipid biomarkers, analysis of these 10 5-beta stanols, wood analysis, carbonized seeds and fruits, phytoliths, and pollen and non-pollen pollinamorbs. The sampling strategy in the field. The blue and the red and the yellow dots, samples for XRF analysis and the calibration samples. And a grid was used of 20 by 30 centimeters. And also control samples outside the grave and outside the image that you can see here were collected. Here, the purple dot, the micromorphology sample inside the grave, but again, also control samples outside were collected. In green, the green dots, sometimes hidden in the yellow dots, samples for fecal lipid biomarkers. Yeah, and one C14 sample from the post. There was also sampling indoors took place because the gray blobs, the soil blocks that were lifted and like carefully excavated indoors, a single block would take months. From these blocks and also from a soil block from the silver broche, from the coiled foil, we took pollen and phytolith samples. Yeah. Pollen sample 6+4, I should add, and 2 NPP samples, so non-pollen pollinamorbs from the quiver, to study that material better. And then wood and seeds and fruit samples were actually just collected from the lifted soil blocks. And also some XRF and lipid samples were collected from the blocks. Now we shift to results. And here you see the results of the geochemical analysis. The XRF calibrated. Various elements were measured, and you see here a selection of them. So more were analyzed. And these elements that are shown here are concentrated in patterns. Okay, on the one hand, you see, for example, concentration of silver, first image, and you see compared with the control samples, high values of silver, and it correlates with the find of a silver broche. So the object has partly degraded, and that we see back in the soil. So inorganic remains. Excuse me. Similarly, a concentration of copper there where the coiled foil was found. So also degradation of inorganic materials. And then on the other hand, you see high values of iron and phosphorus representing degradation of organic materials. So these images, and here we see two concentrations. Yeah, two concentrations of phosphorus and also high values of iron, possibly indicating the degradations of the bodies of a person and a horse. But of course, it cannot be excluded that maybe more organisms were deposited. Here, results of the archaeological soil micromorphology. And I will focus on two samples from the basal grave fill and the upper grave fill. What you can see in the thin section on the left, this one. So the grave fill is directly located on top of the local B horizon, and was a question about equipment of the grave, how it was organized, whether there was perhaps a wooden floor, but here we see clearly no, there was no wooden floor present. Instead, you see up to the right image with the small red arrows, layers of material, black material, layers of plant material. So this is a first indication for plant bedding on the bottom of the grave. Further, what was attested, anthropic refuse, mixed fabrics, indicating burial filling with local sediments mixed with refuse. I hope I say it correctly. Yeah. Then compared with the upper grave fill, it also consisted of mixed fabrics showing different degrees of iron impregnation and changing redox and acidic conditions, pointing to changing air and soil conditions, could result from temporary flooding, but also from biological activity. So here we see conditions that may have sped up bone degradation, bone diagenesis, and degradation of both organic and inorganic materials. So in a way, you can say what we say in the upper grave fill, that can explain why actually the grave is so empty, apparently empty for us, why not more material has remained preserved. The results of the fecal lipid biomarker analysis. So various 5-beta stanols were investigated, analyzed, and there was a comparison both with local control samples, but also with reference samples of known organisms like human, sheep, goat, and horse, and dog. So, and what these fecal lipid biomarkers say, they say something about this. You can use them as dung indicators. So on the right, you see an image that is the result of a cluster analysis. It's a dendrogram. If the distance between samples is short, if it's a short path, then the samples show high similarity. And if the path is long, if it takes a long distance to reach from one sample to the other, then they are not so very similar. Then, yeah. So an archaeological sample in red, and it's very closely related to samples, the reference samples from pig. So pig dung, but the signal was relatively weak. So it is interpreted as maybe somebody had it under his shoe. It was just trampled in, but it was not present in large quantities in the grave. And then we have this other cluster, various samples, and these samples can be, they show high similarity with dung from horses, indicating the presence of horse dung in the grave. And this gave a very strong signal. So it is very likely that horse dung was present in the grave, and then it could be dung outside the body or dung inside the body that afterwards composed. Here you see the visualization of the spatial distribution of the fecal lipid biomarkers. Yeah, this is kind of small animal indicating what kind of dung it was, or that there was no dung present at that location, combined with the mapping of the phosphorus. So in the upper part of the grave, there is lots of phosphorus indicating the degradation of organic material, but there the correlation with the horse dung is not that strong. But in the southern part, there's actually a very strong correlation between the phosphorus and the horse dung, confirming that the phosphorus represents the decay of organic material. And apparently this is quite exciting that it was possible to establish such a correlation in these Danish soils or sediments where the okay, now we reach archaeobotany. Here I'm more at ease with talking. Carbonized seeds and fruits. So these were investigated, they were analyzed whenever found in the soil blocks, the lifted soil blocks. About 90 carbonized remains were found, mostly cereals, including wheat, hulled barley, but the finds were not found in, the material was not found in concentrations. It was not associated with any of the grave goods. The seeds and fruits were found in different layers of the grave. They were also found outside the grave during earlier excavations. two of them were dated and they predate the expected date of the grave. So conclusion is they were not deposited in the grave during the burial. Maybe it's backfill. There's not a clear association with the grave itself. The image below, so if any vegetative plant grave gifts, goods, gifts were given in the grave, like a meal or something, we do not have any information about that. That remains a question. And there's also logic that that was not preserved because we do not deal with the cremation grave. It would have been deposited in uncarbonized state and then it would have just decayed. Wood analysis. The wood was preserved in a mineralized state, so mostly in contact with metals of a horse, harness, or in contact with the arrows. Then there were wood fragments, but that it was preserved in a mineralized state, it means in this case, in this grave, like with wood identifications, you want to make cuts in the wood to look at it from three sides. When I made a cut, it would fall apart in dust easily. That was one thing that hampered the analysis. Also, the finds are considered as museum objects, so only minimal damage was allowed. So I would get super tiny fragments, and if I wanted, okay, maybe another fragment, that was often possible, but like we should really limit the damage. So it was difficult to make identifications. Sometimes also difficult to recognize, is this wood or is this under plant stuff? So that are the conditions that we worked with. So then it was exciting to make 69 wood identifications. Yeah, and 18 of the identifications were of oak. That's kind of relatively easy to recognize. The post on the left, that was already found in the field, that was of oak. And then the chronological analysis was tried, but I think it failed. Nails, there were, so various nails were found, and then oak wood would always be present around the nails. So we think, I forgot to say, the type of grave, it's a chamber grave, based on those features representing the wall. So with one post and the wood around the nails, the hypothesis is that the chamber grave was made of oak wood. Now, oak used as construction wood, that's not a big surprise. It's a nice result. Also, when you look at other Viking Age graves and boat burials, you also regularly find oak used as material for that. The quiver, very nice special find with 22 arrows. The wood of one of the arrows could be identified as pine wood. The quiver itself, it was composed of multiple wood taxa. There was coniferous wood, including pine, like one of the arrows, but also deciduous wood. And for the wood specialist, deciduous wood with leathers, but not being hazel. Then another important object was the saddle. And we made many different identifications. It took a long while until we finally could say, okay, this is of acer, of maple. If you look at other saddles from other Viking Age graves and equestrian graves, different types of wood have been used for saddles. So there seems to be not that such a strong selection of wood for saddles, but if you look at a very similar grave, the Grimstrup grave, then actually the saddle there is also of acer. So maybe there is some selection after all. And what can be qualities of acer wood, that it's light and it has a smooth structure. So you can argue, okay, that is suitable for making a saddle. And concerning selective use of wood, I forgot to tell, but pine wood for the arrows. Okay, arrows through time are made of many different wood species. On the other hand, it's more often that you find arrows made of pine. The wood is light. What else? Yeah, the wood is easy to cleave and it has a straight grain. Also, there you have a nearby Iron Age site, so different period, but in the region, Elkenenge, there are finds of 250 arrows and half of them are also made of pine. So suggestion that this use of pine may be selective use of wood. The paleogeographical sample, 6 samples from the bottom of the grave. In yellow, crop plants, in blue, trees and shrubs, in orange, some heather, but the major part of the samples are composed by grasses and herbs, with grasses representing 30 to 50%. Indication, together with the micromorph and together with the phytoliths, for bedding on the bottom of the grave, possible bedding consisting of straw or hay, including grasses in any case, and possibly also herbs. Results of the same samples, but then analyzed for phytolith analysis. The high blue bars, short cells from C3 grasses, the type of grasses that you expect in Northwestern Europe, either wild grasses or crop plants. There were also finds of long cells that are the light blue and lower blue bars. Long cells present, some dendritics, but not so many, like hardly any. So I've interpreted as leaves and organoids of grasses, and then combined with the pollen data, this interpretation of straw and or hay could well be with some herbs. And then there was a spectacular find. It was a phytolith concentration close to a piece of leather, and that piece of leather was found close to the bridle. So the hypothesis is that this is a nose bag, like a bag with fodder for the horse. And the phytoliths seem to have, I don't know, puffed, poofed, spread out of the leather bag, maybe after the collapse of the burial chamber. So can the phytoliths test this hypothesis of the function of the leather? We applied 2 types of analysis, and here it was really great to have Marta in the team. We applied morphological analysis and morphometric analysis. So morphological analysis, looking at phytoliths, can we say, can we make a taxonomic identification? It were chaff phytoliths, and they were of a C3 grass. That was very clear, and then we could identify it as primarily being oat, with a minor admixture of barley. And yeah, the pollen identifications also indicated 1 pollen grain of barley, so it matched also how much admixture. Yeah, and then can we say, can we make a further identification? And here we also applied morphometry, so measuring the phytoliths, and the measurements were compared to reference data of 2 oat taxa, and then of those 2 taxa, the archaeological materials showed most similarity to common oat, so the common cropland oat. That makes a lot of sense. Oat is still in use as horse fodder, commonly known as horse fodder, so that you can say it supports the interpretation of the piece as leather as a nose bag. Grave goods of these equestrian Viking age graves, they are rather standardized. People, the specialists say you can find this and that in such a grave. horse fodder is not recognized at all as one of the standard grave goods. And that is, I think, because in the past people did not recognize phytoliths and may have overlooked similar finds. So I have an hypothesis that actually oat as horse fodder may be potentially part of the standard set of grave goods in equestrian Viking Age graves. So that will be interesting to test in future excavations of similar graves. But we also can say it was not only the person who got a gift in the grave for the life afterwards, but also the horse received a gift to have food in the life afterwards. Pollen data from the same samples, also from this phytolith concentration, it was clearly different. It differed from the pollen on the bottom of the grave, and here we see a very high percentage of pollen of oat wheat type. To conclude about this grave, and the conclusions, I forgot to explain one thing in the method slide, I think. So we can make strong conclusions because many samples were taken not only from the grave, but there were also control samples outside of the grave. And it's the comparison that makes that we can make these conclusions. So first about the grave preparation. What can we say about what was deposited in the grave? So based on the grave goods, we think that the body of a person was deposited. And we did not find, am I going to say that? Yeah, we did not find so many fecal lipid biomarkers of a person in that area, which can be argued to be an indication that the person deceased somewhere else. Maybe the body was cleaned before the body was deposited in the grave. A person, a horse, there's a horse harness, there's a saddle, there's a quiver, there's like a brooch. We have indications for the presence of a burial chamber made of oak wood, no wooden floor, but instead possible plant bedding, as indicated by pollen phytoliths micromorph. What then? In the thin sections, we see mixing of the microfabrics, indicating backfilling, filling of the grave. We see also chemical elements, indicating the degradation of both inorganic and organic remains. Then the last of the nice images, what do we see kind of nowadays? What do we find back at the time of the excavation, and also why is that? So we see indications for redox change and chemical enrichments that percolate down, explaining that now the grave is apparently rather empty. Some mineralized wood is left, some partly degraded metal objects, still spectacular and very nicely conservated. Then there's a release of the fecal lipid biomarkers that we now can find back and then explain about the presence of the horse in the grave, and the pollen and the phytoliths are released in the soil. Wider implications. So how can we go from beyond this grave to a bit more broader relevance? So it's a multi-proxy study and a multi-scale study, combining analysis of inorganic and biogenic remains and combining geoarchaeology, archaeometry, bioarchaeology, archaeobotany, palynology. Yeah, really multi approach. Sometimes the various methods just complement each other. So it's important to have all the specialists involved, because one method says one thing and the other method says complementary, adds information. The the micromorphology says one thing, and then you have the wood analysis, and it just gives different type of information that you would not have gotten without the wood analysis, for example. And on the other hand, the combination makes that methods strengthen each other and allow for more stronger conclusions. So like combining the fecal lipid biomarker analysis and the mapping of phosphates gives strong conclusions about that and shows understanding, okay, the phosphate represents the degradation of organic material, and it's here that the horse was located. For the combination of the pollen and phytoliths, also nice strengthening each other and making more clear conclusions. So to echo Federica, we get a better understanding of both practices, what was deposited in the grave, and also processes, what happened afterwards. All of these techniques, they were not new. They are just existing techniques. But what was very exciting to use the combination of the techniques and also to a burial deposit. That was exciting. That is also where it has power. It can also be used to other graves, other regions, other periods. We hope that people see the potential of this method and will use it more often. Something else was a museum-led excavation, outstanding quality. So it was Museum Skanderborg, together with colleagues from, for example, Orange University, designing the plan, getting all the specialists involved, making sure that they were all there at the right time, making them work together, and guiding everybody towards the various publications. Last thing to say, it's method development. To put all these methods together, we think it's not only relevant for this grave, but that hopefully that it's also of relevance for wider archaeology. Almost there. Publications. The publication led by Federica Sula. So if you're interested in this case study and in these methods, the combination of methods, please have a look at the paper. Together with, amongst others, Marta, there's a paper on the phytoliths. Will be published in 1-2 weeks, hopefully. There's conference proceedings from conference held 2 years ago where people presented the first results. Many of the various specialists, and like if you're not a fan yet of Viking Age archaeology, I can promise you after reading this book you will become a fan of Viking Age archaeology. It's really exciting to read. And then the final site report is also on its way. Thanks a lot for your attention. Any questions, either for the previous speakers or for this presentation? Yeah, please.
Yes, I have 2 questions. The first one regarding the biomarker analysis of the control samples.
Biomarker. Ooh, is this a useful slide? No.
I didn't refer to it.
Okay, yeah.
I was the ones who put outside the grave, the control samples.
For the
Visits.
yeah, there.
Any signs of Pizzo roaming around, or was nothing in control samples for the analysis that everything was falling inside the grave?
So I cannot answer in detail, I'm afraid, because it was Louis Guéraud who analyzed these samples. There were control samples collected outside the grave, 3. And then if you are good with interpreting the graphs. I have some slides that maybe can answer your question. So this one, but I don't know. There are samples that are called C, so maybe that are control samples. And this one here, we have the detailed results of the analysis. Maybe you have, yeah, Federica would like to add something, please.
So the control samples were from two control samples are away, so nothing like
Let me repeat it, please. Control samples, as Federica, were taken directly outside the grave, but also from a nearby forest. And the question was about whether there was a signal of pigs in the control samples. And Federica says, no, there was nothing in the control samples that relates to that.
in terms of modern
In the
browsing.
related to pig browsing today.
That graph, those graphs shows the correlation that from the database of animals from approximately Spain and so on, to see, because the way that's going to be the extraction is by the biologic acid, not either. And so we really wanted to make sure that the signature that we were seeing was the right.
And these graphs are a way to test whether the signals are really reliable because of leaving out the bile analysis. And thanks for the question. I think you had two questions, right? Or...
The second one. The second one is I saw some old samples taken from around the area. So horses that can be affected by some specific parasites and whether it's microarchaeological. So I was wondering, was there anything about this?
The question is about NPPs, non-polar papillomaurs, and particularly parasites related to the horse stomach area. It's an interesting question. NPP analysis that was applied to the quiver, the samples were prepared in a special way. So the NPP sample preparation went separately from the pollen analysis separation to retrieve the optimal quantity and diversity of NPPs with the mild preparation. For stomach area, I have not heard anything special about it, but it would be relevant to contact Renee Eneveld for this question, and I think she'd be delighted to have a closer look for his answer.
The Morphology. Yeah, I did some work on a Bronze Age grave, and a lot of the literature when I read when I was approaching that, it talks about specific sediment features associated with different parts of the body, particularly below the head, below the pelvis, and other areas of the grave. And I just wondered if you found anything like that.
Thank you, Rowena. Just asked whether we have seen any pedo features that might have been associated with different positions, with different parts of the body. I wish to say yes, but in reality, no. The sampling was not informed by the potential position of the burial. And in fact, your work that you just cited was really, really, really important for me to get a grip on those thin sections. But we haven't done anything like, Uzai did with the pig experiments and things like that. So, no, not on that. Thank you.
Any more questions? We have Dr. Yannick? Yeah. That's your turn. Mind the gap.
We were talking about the side of the building, we were saying that you do find and start. Do you have any other elements like varietal sponge species or was it complete absence?
So Yannick is asking about the absence of phytoliths at Molina. Which bit of the site do you mean?
The one we were talking about.
So I was talking about different aspects of the site. So I haven't found any in the irrigation system. I haven't found any in that sterile soil. A bit further up to the top, I have found random disarticulated phytoliths, which, I mean, their poor preservation might be due to the very calcareous geology, I think. Yeah, I mean, the site itself sits on the interface between two geological formations. So the part on the calcareous geology, I haven't found any. Do have earthworm granules, but no, I haven't found any phytoliths. Maybe we will pick out some in the extraction. I doubt if they'll be particularly informative. I remain to be surprised. The terraces are on a different geological formation, so maybe we will pick some out there, but I'm holding off doing any work on the terraces until we get some dates. Answers your question.
Actually, I think working also in terraces, it's also very common poor preservation conditions. So it's amazing to see your rich phytolith deposits. It's really amazing in anatomical connection. It's effective. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the acidic variable.
Yeah. I mean, this is something we've discussed quite a lot, isn't it? The difference between certainly the stuff I look at the UK as well.
Yeah.
Just probably due to the bioturbation, just finding loads and loads of single cell assemblages and disarticulated phytoliths, which seems to plague phytolith analysis in the UK. Whereas the material I have from Elblon Castle, for example, I have really nice articulated phytoliths from the horse stable. But I just don't find that in the UK. They're always held up in the PEDs as well. These random disarticulated phytoliths, and you can see them in thin section bound up in the PED structure, which it must be due to the bioturbation, or maybe it's due to silica uptake. I mean, I don't know. We've discussed this before, haven't we? That it needs some sort of proper systematic study, looking at geology and mineralogy of sediment as well, and extraction procedures and labs, all the different variables.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, very, very inspiring to see budgets together. There's so much, but yeah, I guess it's the same question that you just posed. You know, I was wondering whether you have now that there's such a wide range of contexts. You have pilot features that you can follow independently of the environmental conditions. I don't know, entirely play textual stuff, but that might be a bit of a guide when you are approaching a Castlescape.
Yeah.
For instance, in the Agrarian, I use some of the doxymorphic pedal features that Carol and you have from a lot of areas. So
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
I mean, we're starting to build up quite a wide data set actually, because I mean, I didn't talk about it today, but I also teamed up with Quentin Borderie, Cristiano Nicosia, Hans Hofmann, and we have data from castles from their sites as well on a whole range of different geological substrates. And one thing that you do notice, particularly in a castle, is the rapid burial. So the deposits are often really well sealed and resemble what you might see on a Neolithic tell site. And from then you can look at the inference of different geologies as well. So we see that, I didn't go into it today, but there's one of the buildings in Molina. The archaeology below was sealed by the collapse of the Tapial Tower. And the ashes there, again, it's calcareous geology, but the ashes, they look like they've been thrown out yesterday. They were so well preserved. It protects it, yeah. And it's, I mean, it's the idea of looking at all those different castles was to get a hand on all the different pedal features and the different types of geology, the types of deposits we have, but also to look at what happens when, because castles can be, they're still used today, they can be like transformed to spa hotels and things. So looking at what happens when those sort of modifications start happening and pavements are taken up, because that's obviously exposing the very well preserved buried archaeology below. So yeah, we are starting to to build up a data set that should hopefully be published soon. Shall I do?
Because another interesting issue that arises in your presentation today was on science communication and public archaeology and communicating science. Because yes, we are always confusing our data presentation and it's very exciting multi-proxy investigations and how to communicate this to the public and to show, and it's really amazing. It's very interesting in the last part of the presentation because yeah, it's one of the main objectives of research.
There's a study that was done about 10 years ago by someone called Copley, and it's done in 2010. And I can give anyone the reference, but he sent out questionnaires to museum curators looking at science communication and their perceptions of science, what they thought should be in, but also looking at their scientific background. I think he got about 2/3 of the response back, and it was just done in the UK. And you can sort of see what's now in museums. So you've got lots of bone data, DNA coming in, but that is something museum curators wanted more of. The original study that was sent out to them had a list of archaeological science methods. Geoarchaeology wasn't on it, which is I mean, it needs updating, that study, because it was only sent out to UK museums. But they do talk about having more stratigraphy presented in museums. And I think that's one way you can certainly integrate the micro, because you can bring in micromorphology and link it back to stratigraphic profiles that come in. But I think certainly when I've sort of spoken, when I dug at Silchester, the Roman town, we used to have public open days, and I used to talk to people about what I was doing to groups of people, and people were always really interested. And I think the most resistance I've actually found to talking about science is from other archaeologists. So it's not people who want to hear about it. A bit controversial, but
because we have also here the other view from the curators from museums and really leading our research from a museum. So the high quality of the data that you can obtain, and then you're more exposed to the public in the museum. So, you know, can you tell us something from your own experience?
Thanks for the question. Right. Put the museum in the image as well. So you can tell about vermiddeling for things like reaching out to the public. So Museum Skanderborg do a good job. I think they invited, they had guided tours at the excavation at the time of the excavation, so people could come and have a look and ask. It was on the news, on television, in the newspapers, because it's a spectacular find, an equestrian Viking Age grave. There have been exhibitions already. There was now I think at least 2 years ago already. So the site was excavated in 2017. So there was an exhibition on the finds with the various finds that are preserved. They have been displayed. So, for example, metal finds, but there was also there was some information on the vitalids. I think it was exceptional to find that in the museum. That's also more difficult to communicate. What is that? Recently there was something as well. Yeah, the other thing I remember very well. So the reconstruction of the horse harness, the headgear of the horse. It was the reconstruction was made by a blacksmith. So people involved were blacksmith, but also I'm going to say it in a non-official way, the horse lady, person who has the horse, but also, it's very special. They made the reconstruction of the bridle, and she was willing to let the horse try the bridle. With this Viking Age bridle and also with Iron Age bridle, and actually quite a thing like, is the horse willing to accept it? Is it not painful? We should think about animal welfare and as well. I have to stress it was not in any way harming the horse. And that is also being communicated, for example, via Facebook, but also in other ways. So they do a good job of reaching out to the public and showing as much as possible about the burial. And there may be well that more is on the way. So keep out an eye on for Museum Skanderborg, for example. Have a look at their website, because there's information about the burial. Also on Facebook, they're active. The other way, the entrance is Moosbrug Museum is dealing with the conservation of the objects. Thank you.
Because it's the main issue, no? Have very good science, and the way of the communication is really, really critical, and stands with pay the real importance that really needs. Here we have Juan Francisco Gibaja, which is one of the organizers of this meeting, and he has a huge experience too, working on the last years several projects in Spain. And currently he's working also in Rome. I don't know if you would like to add something about your experience of working in Spain or Italy or no? Oh, so lazy. Because it's a key issue, and it's really nice today to hear about that. Anyway, more questions? I'm out of the camera again. Again. Okay. Maybe it's time for closing. Yes, maybe last question, very last now. Anything? Anything else? Well, so moving. Okay. Yeah. So let's just move to the closing of the conference. Again, many thanks to all of you for presenting all your research, to coming to Rome. Most of you here has been really amazing. The quality of all your talks and the exciting research showing is these combinations of methods. It's really amazing. There have been many uses that have been the last couple of days, and there have been a range of methodologies, very from different sciences. So integration of methods or together, and working archaeologists with people from other sciences, and international projects, and here also there have been many challenges of these contributions, and also we have been also suggesting several future venues for disciplines and of these research directions. And so maybe we have been discussing with our organizers, colleagues, that maybe that could be from this conference and contribution in a special issue for a journal, because many of these presentations have been review of case studies. Some are published, others just work in progress. But maybe we can discuss this, and because that's one of this possibility of this contribution, this international conference. So yeah, many thanks to all you. We'll keeping in touch about this possibility, and also once again, just big thanks for the Escuela Española de Historia y Arqueología and the Spanish National Research Council here in Rome for hosting this conference, and especially to Juan Francisco Gibaja and Antonio Pizzo. We were involved in the organization, the conference, but also very big thanks to Matteo Benatti, who has been there with all the issues and very hard and very big work. Many thanks to you, and also to Esther Barrondo for the contribution on the helping to organize this venue, and just again many thanks to of you for following here in the streaming on the YouTube channel, and hopefully that we can continue and discuss this together, and well, that's it. Many thanks to you all, and that's it. Okay. Yes. Somebody needs to correct
No te puse la lista.